landscape zone up to the edge of the building. So that's the notion when we get the money to do that, and eventually that will convert back over to something more beautiful, connected. And the other thought is that as we do the the new residence halls over here, this connection between the two residence halls back through here going over east-west, that as we call this Mustang's Walk, does this want to be an east-west version of the same thing? Because it's going to be wider walks that makes that connection. And what does that get called? So here's an existing photo I took a while back that shows, you can see how wide the concrete is. So the idea is about from the center of this lane over to here is all we really need for the fire truck lane. So this is going to be paved area. That allows us to remove these cars and plant grass all the way up to this edge and not allow all these cars in the area. And I did this quick sketch this morning and overlaid it to kind of show what that transitions into. And I didn't get a chance to add color until a few minutes ago at lunch, so I'll just hand this to you.
You did that this morning.
I discussed that at lunch today.
Wow.
So here's a little kind of before and after, and then one in color. You can pass that around. But I didn't have a chance to throw it in PowerPoint. I had to buy colored pencils at the bookstore. So I can go back one. Right. Pretty cool. The idea is we get these the bollards in here. You can see them coming in here. And the idea eventually, once we expand the student union, that could be a vertical element at the end of that space. You can transition into the main quad. So that's pretty much it for now. And we're going to be back in August. We'll have the parking master plan results. I'll be working closely with them on that. And Doug and I are going to be writing up, we'll have a draft of our executive summary of the master plan and a bunch of other stuff to talk about. So we may want to set aside an hour to have that discussion. At least. And there's some other things. So I'll just throw that out there potentially in the August meeting, if that's possible. What do you think about that?
Thank you, Chris. I think the board understands. We've talked about this many times in staff. This project is funded. We set aside the funds to repave Wigwam. Wigwam needs repaving. It's adequate for the time being. We'll get to it. But it was our belief that this project, which will be at the same cost, would do so much for the function of this campus and the beauty of this campus. We just wanted to get it done this summer. I think it will be so visible and so convenient to the students, and it's a great project. It really does help us with that area behind the wall, if you remember, behind Sunwatcher, and then on beyond that is where trucks come in to pick up garbage and unload and so forth at the cafeteria. But this will all be beautified with the hard landscape, and it's our feeling that this is really a worthy project that we want to do this summer.
So for Nancy and Kevin, what you need to know is this is really the first step in the whole master plan that Chris and his team put together. And I think one of the things you guys told us last time was whether we do anything long-term from a master plan standpoint, this is really a great first step to get the campus. The only thing I can think of is more aesthetic, pleasing. And he showed us some pictures, which he has not shown us today, of what it looks like back there. And trust me, this is 10 times better. So,
Thank you.
okay. Any questions or comments, observations? Yeah.
Sean, the one thing I think the master plan concept is very good. The one thing I want to reiterate that seems to come out of every presentation we have is elimination of parking. Still a concern, I guess.
Sure. We're shifting it, so we're taking it out of here and putting it somewhere else.
Okay.
So, and now that we have the parking consultant on board, and they got started a couple of weeks ago, so they're gathering data. I'll be working closely with him and his team and especially as we think about the housing, landing on that, on the parking lot lot there. Where does the health science building eventually go? If it's on a parking lot, it's going to. And we pose those scenarios to him, and so he'll be looking locally at everything. And so in August meeting, we'll come back and report on that, where the parking is going. If we move it from here, where's it going to go, and what's the demand and all that. So we don't have that yet, or we will.
Jeff, I think I can say relatively safely that we remove one, we have one somewhere else. So we're going to gradually try to move it like that to get the center of the campus looking like this, and then have larger parking lots so we don't have all these small spaces.
Right.
So we do one for one. And then, of course, when we get to the dorm project, we'll talk about, we're going to have to add quite a bit of parking. And we've talked about that too. So we'll watch that.
Okay.
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 Is that it?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic.
Kyle?
Kyle, got anything else? Okay. This item is presented for information only and no action is necessary. Item 1489, Capital Expenditure Plan, NP1 reports, fiscal 2015 through 19. Each year, the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board requests an update of the university's 5-year plan for new construction, repair, and rehab projects, information resource projects, and property purchases. You were each sent a revised MP1, and a copy is also in your folder. Dr. Rogers?
Okay. I don't know where to start with this, other than those of you who have been on the board will notice that this table of potential projects that we would like to carry out over the next 5 or 10 years has changed dramatically with the campus planning that we've been doing. So this table has changed. The table is most important from the following standpoint. Marilyn may have some comments about how the role of this has changed with the Texas Coordinating Board, but the fact is, if we don't have on this wish list or our planned list the projects that we could and hope to carry out in the next, well, this one's supposed to be for 5 years. It certainly stretch out more than that. If it's not on this list and we go to the legislature and then the other bodies that we have to go through to do a project, if the project's not been listed on this, the first question we're going to get is, you mean you just now thought about it, you haven't been planning and so forth. The amount here is a little bit staggering, $165 million. But this MP1, our list of major projects that you pointed out, have always been between 150 million and $180 million. So this one really is not out of the ordinary, but it is consistent with what we've come up with and what we now believe that we want to do, and I feel very strongly that we want to do it and carry it out, put this plan together and stay with it. It now reflects that plan. I want to point out that the first item that's on here, it comes to $73 million. We're going to have several discussions about that today. That is going to be the amount that we put into and ask for a tuition revenue bond and even perhaps private money to carry out the projects that we're going to discuss. That's our number one priority. It includes a health science and human services building. It includes probably $9 million worth of deferred maintenance on the library and on the science building and other areas of the university, as well as about $3 million to move to take care of and move the IT building and equipment. So that project is one that we're working on this very day and in the future and in the legislature, and it is our top priority. The list is an approximate priority. As you all know, though, we don't exactly determine those priorities. When money becomes available through a private gift or through some other source or a changing need, we can move them around on this. And if you will notice that the top projects, again, are in those areas that we have run out of room, like health science, human services, and also new student residence hall and housing offices that we're going to discuss today. So it is an important list in that we must keep it up. It needs to be consistent with the campus master plan, and it needs to be there for the future. So we realize that the amount is large, okay, but it's surprising how I believe that we're going to get there through state funding and through our own existing resources and future higher education assistance funds, and again, private gifts of people who support the university. So if there's any project on there that you'd like to discuss, we'd be happy to mention it. And the rules related to this particular table have changed. And Mr. Chairman, I believe you pointed them out. Marilyn, did you have anything that you wanted to say about it?
Right. The master plan 1, which is what this report is required by the coordinating board, or was required by the coordinating board, and the coordinating board had to approve all of our projects. This last session, they took away that authority from the coordinating board, and they just review projects now. So we still want it to be consistent with when we send up a project for review by them, that it's on the list. But the importance of it has diminished just a little bit, but it's still required for it.
And it needs your approval for us to submit by June 30th.
Okay. Before we discuss further, could I have a motion to approve the MP1 as presented?
Move.
Second? Any discussion on the MP1? Dr. Rogers, I have a question.
Sure.
And I think I know the answer, but I want to go ahead and ask it. So as I look at these numbers, I know we've talked a lot about several of these projects. I mean, how do we get the numbers associated with it? I mean, we just kind of, Kyle, sit down and...
Well, I'll let Kyle answer that, but I'll tell you, there are really standard, there are standard costs per square foot for a lot of these facilities, particularly the academic buildings. And once we decide, and you'll see that today, the office space, the laboratory space, the classroom space, there's standard planned cost per square foot. Is that right? And you can rely on that to some extent, but ultimately it's going to depend on what we decide and how we put it together. And in some cases, quite honestly, and you've seen us do this in the past, we will have a certain amount of money, we'll need to complete the project, and as I say, and I hope it sounds okay, we really have to back into that project and see what we can afford in some cases. We'll have a priority list that we must complete, and then we'll have alternatives. So we can keep several of these projects, we can keep them so that they have alternates on there that we can complete depending on how much money we have. And I always say that we basically get back into that project and change things. And you brought up another thing that I think I made clear. Even though this is a very large number, look at the many sources of funds that will go into doing this, and it looks much more possible. For example, student housing down at a $22 million project. Student housing is pretty much insured. We're going to talk about our enrollment. Right now we're very short on housing. Michael will tell you how we're struggling to put everyone in a room, and that project would be funded with revenues. So there's $22 million of it that would be funded by revenues. We know that we can get those revenues from rental of rooms in the dormitory. The first project, we're going to need the state's help through tuition revenue bonds to do that. The state has been working on that for, 3 sessions? It's indicated it's going to be a priority this session, so we need to be prepared for it. In fact, we're going to ask you today to approve the projects we're going to ask for and for the amount that we're going to ask for. So the very fact that we have some of these funds, that we receive higher education assistance funds each year in the amount of $3.5 million we receive automatically each year. That's reviewed every 5 years. We can save that money and carry it forward from 1 year to the next. We can bond that money. So there's more flexibility than one might think, and the very fact that there are several sources of funds makes this more doable than it might look like. Okay.
Kyle, you want to add anything to
I
it?
was just going to add about where we came up with some of the numbers. Between past projects, dollars per square footage, values, coordinating board numbers, we also consulted with a couple of contracting firms in the state of Texas to get their input on these costs and came up with these numbers.
Okay.
I have a question.
I'm just curious. I noticed that a number of these sources include student fees. Is that based upon what the current fee structure is, or are we going to be looking at perhaps increasing student fees? Or
Okay, great question. That is a real issue, and that when these fees will generally be fixed fees and have to be approved by the students and by you. I'm going to let Keith answer that, but I will tell you that in one particular case, that we will pay off a current existing bond on one of the projects, and then the fee that goes into paying that bond off, or that has paid that bond off, would be converted into the next bond that we would sell in order to do the project. So, yeah, so that kind of answers your question.
Kind of.
Okay, all right.
Kind of, but I think
Let's see. What are some of the others? Keith, you want to comment on those?
Yeah, absolutely. Most of the student fees referenced here would be existing fees, and the question would be, are they increased or stay the same? And typically these would require a student referendum of some type to be increased. And so generally students would support that first. In some cases that's not a necessity, but certainly the board would have to approve any increase that we do. So some of the fees would have to be a dual process, both the students approve and the board approves, and some fees just the board approves.
Okay. I think I was just wondering if we had calculated what we anticipate the student fee structure might be down the road, or if we're just basing it upon what it is currently. So it could be increased, but of course we have to vote on that.
Right, exactly. And I think for some of these, quite frankly, at some of these, they would have to be increased. To what exactly depends on what enrollment is, and we just won't know until we get there. But I think that's a very good point. We need to be real careful where we're positioning ourselves in terms of what students pay.
Okay,
Yep.
Thank you.
I'm looking at these projects, Ms. Burks, and I see most of them, the students already, as Keith said, are paying a fee for debt that will be paid off and then converted into the same amount of debt. So we're very conscious of the fact that we're trying to keep those fees down. That's an important issue.
Anybody else? Linwood.
When I look at the names of these, like academic expansion and Daniel building food and Hardin building infrastructure and revitalization, it's hard to get excited about them. So, if I was in Austin, or if somebody was telling me the program, it sounds like an engineering name, that we put together and it's descriptive. But would you consider putting names together that really formulate this into a program that when you mention this name, I automatically gravitate to what we need? And it's more a request that the names are general descriptions. If you know what Daniel building is, that would help, or Hardin building. But when we're talking to others, a name that really is catchy would help a lot, and is more encompassing, I think would be easier to sell.
Honestly, I hadn't thought about it. We put this list together for this board, and we do need to think about it when we put it together for the legislature. They're going to be the same projects, but they do need to be clearer in what we're doing. And you're right, some of them are not terribly exciting, but they're critical, and we need to do that. But for example, Daniel Building, we put that together for this board, since you're aware of it.
Right.
When we submit it to the legislature and get instructions, we will endeavor to do that. It's a good point.
But the $73 million to expand and revitalize doesn't really tell me what I'm going to do to the university. And it's hard to do. I'm not any good at all at this, but someone is. Lots of people are.
When we get instructions, and we're going to mention that in a little while, on writing a revenue bond for these projects, the instructions are going to have us describe these projects specifically. What do we mean by revitalization? Well, in the science building, we need exits that exit outside rather than inside. In the library, we need more study space, more studies carrels, more electronics. We need to vet the collection, make it a much more attractive place. We won't say it like that, but we'll put down every item that we would do to every building that would be revitalization. Sometime it's going to come down to even new windows and just continue
But a name
continuing
to rally
update of the
around.
campus.
A name to rally around would help.
Yes, it's a lot easier to rally around what we're going to do the library rather than just say we're going to revitalize it.
Right.
Yeah, but that will be in the actual request that you will approve in.
And I think that comment
August.
applies to all of them.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Anybody else? We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Motion carries. Item 1490, football offices. As we have discussed previously, the football coaches currently office in, it's not just one, it's two, right? 2 houses across the street on Hampstead. They're awful. I mean, they're just, that's the only way to put it. They're just awful. This item recommends funding to renovate a portion of Christ Academy to house the football offices and provide a meeting room for them. Dr. Rogers, please.
Okay, let me comment on this, and Charlie Carr and I are clearly responsible for it, along with the head football coach. This project is really very critical. We bring a lot of parents, and we bring a lot of young people on campus. And the first thing they see if they're coming here to play intercollegiate athletics will be these offices, so they're extremely important. Additionally, the coaches need specific kinds of space if they're going to put together a winning program. As our chairman has said, where they are now is just not adequate in terms of electronics, in terms of viewing the way they send tapes. It's all very high technical, and they need that space. Let me give you a little bit of background, and I don't want this to sound like an excuse, but we did Ligon was built to play basketball, house physical education, be the student recreation center, and all of those things that we now have taken care of, the student rec center and changing kinesiology curriculum and so forth. So what we've been able to do is to put in most of our athletic program, if you look back at the history of it, it's hard to believe, but most of our athletic program, the largest number of sports, been put together in the 90s when we became members of the Lone Star Conference and got into NCAA 2. So I think we did an excellent job of moving all of our sports into Ligon. They have very fine facilities. You've seen that. It's a real selling point to bring intercollegiate athletes here. But it got down to one final issue that we just could not resolve, and that is there was not room for the coaches in football. And you know that there are more coaches in football. They meet more often. The teams are larger, so they do need space. That space wasn't there. Charlie and I basically gave our head football coach the decision. Do you want an expanded weight room for your team, or do you want to go temporary in those houses? We'll try to fix it so you can get your work done over there. And the football coach chose a weight room, and I understand that. I think it was a good decision. We knew at that time we had to make plans to get them better facilities. We now have the space to do that. We have the funding to do that. It is time that we get busy with it. I will go ahead and say if we get 4 or 5 years of good use out of this, it will be money well spent. Because if we push on through rapidly with this strategic plan, the coaches are going to even have a much more adequate, a much finer place to be. I think what we're doing now is adequate, but at the least they will be in there for 4 years, at the least amount of time. I feel very good about this project. It's being designed right now. The space is expanding dramatically, and what is going to be nice are the new electronics in there, so they can receive tapes of games. And there's one large meeting room. It'll be the first time the entire team will have a place to meet together at one time. They haven't before. So we're on our way. I wish we could have it by time for the summer training to start. We can't do it. We talked to Coach Maskell about this. He's very understanding. He's just delighted getting the space and said basically once season starts, they are so busy they don't want to do anything. So get started. We'll move in as we can. So I think the timing is the best that we can do. But we basically need your permission today to do this project.
Will they be meeting in the sanctuary? Will they be meeting in the sanctuary?
In the chapel or the going to meet in the chapel?
You know, it's so funny you asked that. We've had
We'll get
some.
God on our side.
We've had some real discussions about that. No, Kyle and Charlie have come up, and Marilyn have come up with a really great plan. If you know Burns Chapel and the parking lot over there, and the way the school is arranged, there's excellent parking lot on the north side. They'll be coming in a large double door on the north side, walking down the long hall into a wall with the Mustangs on it and so forth. So they're going to be separated from the chapel. And there's, how should I say, there's been some feelings that maybe we shouldn't associate the football team really close with Burns Chapel. Can't explain that, but Kenny, it won't be. Okay, it'll be close. But we have talked about it. Yeah.
Be a good idea.
Before we discuss further, could I have a motion to approve this item as presented? Second?
Second.
Any other discussion on this matter? Charlie, you got anything to add on this?
You might want to use Burns Chapel depending on how the season.
Okay. That's fair.
I was going to suggest we put the basketball team in the chapel. No, that's...
Well, I'm sure you've thought about it. It seems like it's a long ways from where you're actually going to be doing the work, is it not? Is this a convenient location?
You know, it really is. If you think about it, most of their work's done on those 2 practice fields over there. And if you get over there, they run across the street. We'll put a walk-in. I think there's an exit door out of the office space that they can use. Put a walk in the street. They cross the street. They're on the practice fields. So it really is a good location compared to this housing over here.
Do we really need to be putting them in Ligon, or is that not?
We couldn't.
Where
We
we
could
will
accommodate every other sport so much better than we could football because of the number of coaches, the number of graduate assistants, and basically the way football. I've had so much to learn about it, but each coach, the line coach, the receivers coach, and so forth, meets with various groups before a game and so forth. So this is going to accommodate their game preparation like Coach Maskell wants it. And I'm telling you, Coach Maskell has a way that he does things. Coach Maskell's not going to change it. But they've been very successful for him, and we want to give him that.
Would they consider this an effective move?
They're very pleased with it. It seems. Go ahead.
Would they be pleased with this move? Is this something they're really behind?
They would, if you need to go see where they are. Anywhere they would go would be a tremendous.
But that is the basis of my question. Are we simply moving them into something better, or are we putting the right solution forward?
Let me add to that, because I've talked to Coach Maskell a couple of times about this, and Bill's comment to me is what Charlie just said. Anything's better than where we are now. I'll take it one step further. If we are able to accomplish what we want to accomplish with the master plan long term, as Jesse alluded to, it'll be so much better down the road. And as Jesse pointed out, I mean, this could be 4 or 5 years down the road. You can't leave them in those houses. And the best solution, and I'm just going to say this out loud, I mean, if we are able to accomplish a football stadium on campus, the best solution in the world would be to put them in the stadium with offices there and a locker room there, which frees up a ton of space in Ligon for other sports. So at the end of the day, that's the way most of these things work. Like if you look at TCU's facilities, again, it's just apples and oranges, but if you look at it, their whole football complex is located in one end zone. Coaches' offices, weight room, locker room, everything, meeting rooms, the whole bit. It's all in the deal. If you look at the new Mary Hardin Baylor Stadium, all the football offices are completely separate. They have a whole big giant practice facility clear on the other side of campus. but they have that luxury of all that land. So everybody does it a little bit different. But I think if you ask Coach Maskell today what this does for him, he's over the moon about it.
Well, I'm just setting my expectations. It's a lot of money. And what I hear you saying, or hear us saying, is this is an interim solution, and in a year or two we're going to come back and have the right solution. Or
No, I think it's better said this way. It's a permanent solution, but if we go down the road and we are able to accomplish some of the things that we are able to accomplish, then it may be a 4 or 5 year solution. I don't think it's ever going to be considered a 1 to 2 year solution. It's a 4, 5, 6 year solution.
The earliest that they can move in, perhaps Ligon or certainly the stadium, is going to be 5 years. They're going to be here 5 years.
And with, I appreciate your thought. This solution could be a permanent solution.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's true.
If we
No
don't,
more would you.
That's true.
let's see if I can word this one appropriately.
okay.
You're putting a very aggressive sport next to the chapel. I mean, Kenny made a comment that was, funny. I agree. Okay, but do we denigrate the other side of this in any way, or diminish the other side of the sanctuary in part by what we're doing here? Because now I'm looking at the other students who are Christ-minded, who are seeing that as a sanctuary or whatever we want to call it, and are we compromising on that side in doing this?
Let me comment on that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I didn't mean to make light of the question earlier about it. We really had real sober, if I could say, discussions of that. And we fully realized that it is appropriate where we put various parts of this university together. If you could see where they are, they're really pretty significantly removed from Burns Chapel. Today we're going to ask for some naming opportunities. One of the next small projects that I haven't even talked to you all about yet, and that is to trim trees and to relight Burns Chapel to make it as beautiful as it really can be, and to go inside and take it back to its original state. I hope to have that done pretty soon. But we are far enough removed. The parking is far enough removed. I don't think that it's an appropriate relationship between parts of the campus where these offices are going. They're far enough removed. But we did have that. We did absolutely have that discussion. Betty really was the one that brought it up, and we had long discussions about whether or not it was appropriate. In fact, we have moved the planning to get this particular office away from the chapel because we understand what you're saying. And if we can
There's
get
a
that
significant buffer.
Yeah.
Because we had looked at that. Our students had asked after 9/11, the Challenger, they wanted a place to pray, contemplate, think, and then we looked at all of that. And I know what you're saying, but there is a very good buffer. I don't think they're going to.
So we have been sensitive to both needs, is all I'm asking.
Absolutely
Okay,
have.
thank you.
That's interesting you bring that up. Betty brought it up first, and we did have a lot of discussion about it.
Okay.
In fact, we have moved football for these reasons. And it's not that there's any particular relationship there other than it's important that that each part of the campus be appropriately placed relative to other parts.
All right, thank you. That's good
Sam,
response. Thank
you got a question?
Have we thought about like secondary uses? Let's say we do get money. We've renovated this space to custom fit our football coaches, which is a fantastic idea. But then they do move into the stadium. Do we have a secondary, like what we could put in that would fill in behind that we're not? Just
One thing there's going to, and this campus has been built over a long time. The character of the campus, the student body, the way we teach classes, you've heard me say this many times, have changed. We will have one large classroom that we'll be using with the football team right now. So there will be. Additionally, as long as those particular buildings exist. Now, we want Burns Chapel to be there absolutely indefinitely. But as long as the rest of the academy is there, it's going to represent necessary interim space when we do some of these projects. But at some time, quite honestly. It may be better to take those parts down, leave Burns Chapel there.
Because I remember we had talked about it was just going to be used as a relay. We were going to relay people in and out of that space.
Yeah.
And so that's fine if we're going to
Actually, we're able to put the coaches in there, and I think still have there's a lot of square footage over there, and there's still going to be enough space to have some relay space, as you call it, over there, depending on exactly the sequence that we carry out in the master plan.
If we don't use that space as relay and the football coaches are there, what other space would we use as relay other than the academy?
If we move IT out, you'd have Memorial you could use as swing space. If we move education out of Ferguson into Bridwell, Ferguson would be able to be swing space. Depends on, again, where we put that health sciences building. If we put it over the top of those buildings, then obviously they wouldn't be remaining. But if we put it on the other site, which is next to Protho Jaeger, then those facilities would still be there. So we've got still got a lot of missing, moving pieces. I was talking to Chris about, we build this next 450, 500 bed residence hall in the parking lot that's right there. But, shortly thereafter, we may have to do a phase 2. And the next site would probably be Christ Academy. If that's 5, 6, 7 years down the road. And that's because that's about the biggest chunk of land that's sitting there that is within the residential hall side of the campus that we could use. I mean, if you start looking at what else do we have, they're just little chunks. They're not big enough to do another big project. So probably eventually that Christ Academy facility, other than Burns Chapel, would be, it's one story, it's old. It's not a good use of that land, but it's great for swing space for right now.
And we have used depending on what we do and when we do it to the library, we've used the third floor of the library, which has never been developed as swing space. When we redid Bowling Science Hall, anyway, we were so short of space, we actually rented double wides and placed them on campus for offices, and the high schools were kind enough to let us do our laboratories in their laboratories. So we were pretty inventive in getting that one done. I don't think you get much worse than that. We're in much better shape now on swing space.
Anybody else? Kevin?
This is a fairly pedestrian comment, but as a newcomer, I have a difficulty in orienting myself to where y'all are talking about. And particularly on the landscaping and whatever, it might be helpful, at least for me initially, if you have this map that you can put up that would say, this is where we're talking about.
It's a great point. That is a really good point. Kyle? No, but seriously, for future reference, that's a great point, because as we go through the master plan, I'm constantly looking back at this map thinking, okay, where is that again? And I've been around this campus forever, and that's a great point. So we need to do that. It is. He acknowledged it was in there, but he said it would be great as we have these conversations to throw it up there, and instead of Cindy messing around back there putting this up there. And hi, Cindy. Okay.
Just for example, when we were talking about the landscaping, I spent about 5 minutes trying to orient myself about which direction we were going out there. And so
it's a great point.
Kevin, I've been here a while, and so did I. When I look at that, the elevation of that, I have to think about it myself. Yeah.
We're probably going to have this discussion every meeting for the next so many years, so we probably ought to think about that. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a great point.
Good point.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 1491, legislative. Hold on. Cindy, do you need some time to fix something before we have this?
Yes. I really love that.
How much do you need? 5 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
Is that enough?
Or 10.
We can talk that long.
Yeah, well, if someone wants to use the restroom, use this as a break.
If it doesn't go on the internet, it won't be the end of the world if you've got it on the website. So.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and keep going. Item 1491, legislative appropriations request. MSU's legislative request for the next biennium will be prepared during the next few months. We have several conversations about this. The majority of the request is driven by historical enrollment and financial information. However, requests for special funding require support from the Board of Regents. Information is included in your agenda regarding this item. Dr. Rogers, will you provide information concerning funding the administration would like to pursue?
Yes. Let me go back and put this as succinctly as I can. This item that we're asking you to approve today is probably the thing that kicked off the idea that it's time that we do another master plan for this campus. The campus is growing. It is. We understand the amount of space we have here. Athletics programs growing, academic programs growing. It is time that we set down a plan and stay with it in order to efficiently use the space on this campus. We set our priorities for this next legislative session. It's been 3 sessions since the legislature's appropriated significant funding for new, expanded, renovated buildings. So through this process, Doug and Chris have helped us walk through there. We've dealt with it. We've talked to the various campus constituencies, the faculty senate, the student body, and so forth. And we have set our priorities. And then Doug and Chris and Kyle and others have now put together basically a business plan, if you will, or a plan for what we're going to ask for. We're going to ask, and this is the first item on that MP1. This is what we need to do first for the growth and quality of this campus. So we're going to be asking for a tuition revenue bond, and I will be happy if the chairman wants me to do that or anyone else to explain those. It's an unusual way that Texas finances major construction, but they have to give us permission to do so.
Explain that.
Okay. I'm going to go back and explain the type of bond that it is. But we are going to ask for enough funding to build a new health sciences and human services building. We have outgrown Bridgeville. Bridgeville would become the home of the college, the West College of Education. Great use of that building. Additionally, there's about $9 million worth of maintenance. This is what Linwood was talking about a few moments ago. Let's be more descriptive about what we're doing there. We're working on the library to upgrade it in many ways. We're working on the science building, and we're working on information technologies, about $9 million. No, wait a minute. There's about the $3 million related to better facilities for information technology. Put that together, that's about $73 million. And what we're going to do is explain what we're going to do here and ask for your permission to put this down in our legislative appropriation request. We have yet to receive specific instructions for that request. As soon as we do, we will have needed your approval to ask for this. Now, back to tuition revenue bonds. The state of Texas has never sold general use bonds and then distributed out to the university. They've never appropriated, that's not true. They generally don't appropriate large sums of money for new buildings or for renovated buildings. What they do is allow the following. They allow universities to pledge their tuition to underwrite, I guess we'd say, the bond for a $60 million project. And by the way, that is our limit on tuition that we could receive through this. So we pledge our revenue to these bonds. However, the state will step in and pay interest and principal once they have approved one of these bonds. But we use our credit rating and our revenues to underwrite these bonds. This way, the state of Texas does not take on apparent large debt. They maintain a AAA rating, and perhaps that's one reason that they finance major projects in this way. I know it's unusual, but this is the way it's been done for maybe 70 years. Is that, you want to give it a go?
Nope.
Okay. All right, good. Okay. But you sure wouldn't go build a $60 million building and then say we want a tuition revenue bond. The deal is to get permission from the legislature, and then the understanding is they pay principal and interest once they've approved it. with this request, the request will go in to the legislative session this summer, legislature this summer, to the LBB, Legislative Budget Board. We will then testify at various times throughout the legislative session, which starts in January and ends May the 31st. We will be told at that time, pretty much it'll take that long, if we got the project. The last time that they had planned on doing this, which is the last session, they said the first year of the biennial, this first year, they would give us money for architects and planning so we could get our numbers down. You all have asked about it, where we get these numbers. Once the TRB is approved, it is then critical that we get the number down precisely and justified. Then the following year, we would get funds for construction. So this is one reason we're talking about these projects. Even if we're given funding this session, by the time you put in construction time, you're looking at least 4 years, probably 5 years before these projects are complete. Okay, so I hope that explanation is adequate.
Did you say 60 million is the maximum you can?
That is the maximum that we can pledge with our tuition. However, we're going to ask, and we'll talk about this later and get your permission, Nancy. We're going to ask for 73 million, and it may be that when we get instructions, they will allow us to do so. If not, we're going to already tell them that we're going to raise private sources to put with state money in order to do this work. That strengthens our case always if we will indicate that we're going to raise private funds to put into these projects. Yes, 60 million's it, and we're going to ask for 73, but that's in another item.
Okay. Before we discuss further, could I have a motion to authorize the administration to develop funding requests for the exceptional items presented?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any other discussion on this? I mean, I think Jesse did a really good job of explaining what this is, and the best way I can describe it is it's not on our balance sheet. It's on the state's. However, they are showing us as a guarantor. That's the best way as an accountant can describe it. And we haven't seen TRBs in 3 sessions. We got really close last session. All the Kevin, Nancy, just so you'll know, got really close last session. I don't think any were issued last session, correct? So nobody got them, and nobody's received TRBs in 3 sessions. So 6 years.
It's been since 2007.
2007.
2007 was the last time. Yeah.
We didn't get them in 9, 11, or 13.
So it's been a while.
Do you want to tell me
So.
the change that they made on the detail? Who's in
Yeah, Debbie did bring up something I think is relevant because you may hear about it again. The legislature will discuss alternate ways of funding major construction on the state's campuses, because there's quite a few legislators that would like a change in the appropriation system. They are looking at, some prefer just appropriating the money from general revenues, some would even like to see the state sell a general revenue bond and then distribute the money based on merit. So we'll wait and see how it's done. Personally, I anticipate that they will still work through the tuition revenue bond system. So it's going to be an important session for us.
Keep in mind what we're approving is to authorize the administration to develop the requests. We'll get a look at this in August, right, when it's final, right? Okay. We have a motion and a second.
Well, there's a second.
With some detail on that?
Yeah. It's short. It's short.
Yes. That's not on here, Debbie.
Sorry. I thought they were just going to keep going.
These are where our numbers came from. Okay.
Dr. Rogers gave you the summary of this. For those of you that weren't at our January meeting, the 2 new board members, I'll just give you a quick synopsis of how we came up with kind of that first priority for the Health Sciences Center. We did a large, a campus-wide academic benchmarking study that involved each one of the deans analyzing each college's peers, both from an academic standpoint, but also from a standpoint of where they compete for students, where there's where the students, if they're not coming here, where are they going? That gave us a space projection for each one of the colleges based on their academic and student growth out 5, 10, and 15 years. We then juxtapose that or analyze that against their existing facilities, and that gave us a space deficit, or in some cases a space surplus for each one of the colleges. And then, as I'll take Maryland's term from earlier, the cream that rose to the top was the Health Sciences College. Showed to be the most needy space-wise, and it showed to be the easiest, the most bang for the buck in providing new facilities. Dr. Rogers mentioned that if we build a new health sciences building, that vacates Bridwell for at least one, if not two other colleges to expand into, as well as creates additional flex space on the main quad in Memorial, Ferguson, and Fames Halls. So that's how we came up with the Health Sciences Human Services building and the annex. So the main building is what we're calling it. Site as yet undetermined will be roughly 98,500 gross square feet. We anticipate it to be 3 stories. It will accommodate all of the departments that are currently in Bridwell Hall. So that's the northwest corner adjacent to Dillard Hall. Also bringing then in social work, which I'm drawing a blank on the name, but social work is not currently in Bridwell Hall, and it will leave Martin Hall too, and then it will leave criminal justice in Martin Hall to expand in place there. We will bring back on campus the simulation center that is down Midwestern Parkway. That'll come back into the building. We'll of course add the appropriate number of classrooms and offices for that. So in the past meetings, you've seen graphics like this. In the architectural world, we call this a stacking diagram. It's a visual representation of space, not necessarily horizontal adjacencies, but if we've got blocks of space that are 10,000 or 15,000 or 20,000 square feet, we need to understand how that fits within the overall building so that we can understand how big of a footprint. What this allows us to look at is that we have big blocks of space that are the simulation center, the dental eye care clinic. They would want to be on the lower floor. As we analyze this, we find out they really can't be. They're just too big of a space. So this creates kind of a relationship that works as kind of a second option. This open space, now this is not a design, this is strictly conceptual. Wherever we locate this building, it's going to be big enough that we're going to have to create pass-throughs to get from one side of the building to the other to create the pedestrian circulation that we want to on the campus. We've seen there are lots of examples of kind of a large arch, whether it be air-conditioned or this complete pass through the building. So we want to make sure we accommodate that. But then, there's still the same things. We still have Dean on first level. We have most of our classrooms on the second level, and then most of the offices up on the third. Having the simulation center, which primarily used by the School of Nursing, but as we bring it onto campus, it will allow the other departments that could use it the opportunity to use it. That also is used quite a bit by outside entities, so having it on a major kind of lobby area will allow that circulation to occur without impacting the rest of the building. The pie chart shows that well over half of the building is teaching space, so whether it be classrooms or laboratory functions. The support areas or the student support areas, so those are study areas, vending areas, lounge areas, and then about a third of the building, a little less than a third of the building is faculty offices and administrative offices. Comes up to about $49 million. And as Kyle said, we did have some discussions with 2 different construction contractors that are familiar with the construction methodology in Texas. So we're reasonably sure about that number. Obviously, it still has to be designed, and that is a budget for that building. The other part of the Health Sciences Human Services College would be housed in the annex. That is the athletics physiology, athletic training, and exercise physiology. Thank you, Dr. Stewart. They currently are in Ligon. This is what allows us that when this building gets built, those departments pull out of Ligon and create the expansion space within there that possibly football can move into, or expanding in place of the others. So they are currently not in Bridwell Hall. They don't need to be housed with the other academic departments of health sciences, and it's really more appropriate for them to have a strong relationship to the athletics. So that annex, again, the master plan would show that to occur near Ligon, across the street from it. As I said, athletic training and exercise physiology would be housed in there. That would accommodate, these various labs. It would also incorporate a strength and conditioning room, which also occurs in Ligon Hall currently, that is used academically but also athletically. Creating that space here will allow some immediate expansion opportunity for their athletic training program, the athlete side, within Ligon as well. This one is far less office area than the larger building. 40, 60, 75% of that would be academic space. We see it to be just under 26,000 gross square feet, and we estimate that it will cost about $12 million to construct that. Kyle mentioned, and Dr. Rogers mentioned, the deferred maintenance needs. This is a summary list. This is by no means a detailed list of that. These are the highlights. But they are scattered between 4 buildings: Bowling Hall, which is sciences, Bain Fine Arts, which is on the southwest corner of the building, Hardin, which we're in, and Moffett Library is just south of us and adjacent. So there's some electrical infrastructure issues that need to occur, need to be addressed. We have some HVAC upgrades, issues with return air in Bowling Hall. We need to look at some egress issues, exit stairs, elevators need to be looked at. Both auditoriums, both the Bain Fine Arts and Hardin, we need to look at putting in fire sprinklers. There's some just maintenance issues with finishes, wall finishes, and floor finishes that need to be addressed. They're starting to look worn. The exit doors here in Aiken Auditorium, we need to improve egress out of that area, so those will require replacement of those doors. They're just too old to be modified. The library could be modified on a number of levels. We're showing stacks need to be reconfigured to create better access and pedestrian flow through there. As we move on to relocating the information technology, the library is a prime candidate to move that function. IT currently resides in Memorial Hall, which, if you go out the back of this building, is the first building on the left as you're facing the quad. A lot of reasons why IT can't exist in that building. It's got a lot of infrastructure issues. It's got water issues. So we expect about 7,000 square feet of the library will be required to move IT in there. That $3 million that's budgeted for that, about 1.2, almost half of that is strictly equipment and relocating fiber optic lines, and then about half of that, a little more than half of that, is actually renovating the space that will ultimately go into. So that's $9 million. So the 3, the 9, the 12, and the 49 all add up to 73. And that is our first priority on the MP1. I'll answer any questions you'll have.
I'm sorry, I had one comment. I forgot something. We had discussed previously with those returning board members that we would have a priority list of tuition revenue bonds. As we got into this, we saw the need for the $9 million and the $3 million to be really acute. We need to do it. our final decision was that we could not separate the need for a new health science human services building and these needs that are listed here. So rather than separate them out, that's the reason we titled this basically a campus revitalization and health and human services building. We've chosen not to set priorities. Quite honestly, the last time we did set priorities, in order to take care of this at the last minute, the legislature just said everyone could have their number one project. Well, we had listed 2 projects of equal need separately, so we got half of really what we needed by doing that. So it's really not a trick or anything else. The fact is we need both of these. We might as well ask for them. And again, our plan is, depending on what the instructions are, we may very well have to put private money into these projects to get them. But that's the reason we have combined them together. That's a change from the last time we discussed this. So we've made them of equal priority and made one project out of it.
Any other questions or comments on this? And I apologize, Doug. I thought we were going to talk about this in finance, but clearly this is the right place for it, so I didn't mean to hurry into that. Any other comments or questions about this? Keep in mind, again, this is simply approving the administration moving forward with the request, so there'll be some more details fleshed out over the summer and more information. But I have to say, this is pretty fleshed out at this point. So.
And I think everyone should understand this is the number one priority in our campus master plan. But once we got started on this, we had to do this to set our priority. There is a lot more to the campus master plan. We will have that ready for you in August, and our intention is to work all the way down through landscaping of the campus, new athletic facilities, and to bind that and to basically deal with the entire campus over 10 years.
Yeah.
But
So
that'll be done in August.
one thing I want Kevin and Nancy to know is that this is not just about building buildings. This is about making this university viable across a whole lot of spectrums for the future. And that includes academics, that includes athletics. This is a lot of talk about infrastructure, but it's a lot more than just that. It's a lot more than just that. Sam?
The library, I'm going to kind of take Charlie's role. Why are we moving the stacks?
Not necessarily moving them,
Why are we
reconfiguring them.
moving stacks from the?
I guess
And then part of the library,
Why are we moving stacks?
we have a library consultant that they're advertising for and selecting now that's going to give some advice to the campus about how much of those stacks will need to or keep. But we do know that some of the stacks are too close together for each issue.
So it's like ADA stuff?
Eddie, do you want to comment on where our library is or about the collection, or you want me to? I think we've not vetted our collection. In fact, we have pieces or short runs of journals that go back to the 40s, 50s, and 60s. That's all on electronic subscriptions now. So it is time that we move a lot of that out. We may store some of it in the third floor, I don't know. Our consultants will tell us to do that. There are people that actually go through collections and vet them for us. But over time, we have collected so many different journals. And we still, for example, have decennial indices to biological research that goes back into the 50s. And not that that work was not important, and some of that from it is just all electronic, and we buy subscriptions now instead of using space. I think we'll be very smart about what we do. There will still be books in the library. And, you know, we hear about libraries that are without books. Ours is not going to be like that. I think it's going to be a good, it's going to be a good source of materials that come in various media.
What are we going to do with that building on Midwestern?
I'm sorry.
That work, the building on Midwestern Parkway. Where the
where the
the
Regents Center is now.
Okay. The Sim Center is somewhat, it has something in common with the discussion that we just had about the football offices. We had the simulation center at the new hospital. We were told about 6 months, and it was not their fault. It's just something they had to do, that we needed to move that simulation center out. And as you know, we have to have that to prepare our nurses. Radiologic science and respiratory care want to use those facilities and those training tools and so forth. We've outgrown that building, but anyway, we had to get out of the hospital. We had nowhere to go. We didn't have room in Bridgeville. And that's one reason we're building a new building. We'd run out of room. The old surgery center was empty and came open to us. We got it at a very reasonable price. Half of it was paid for by private funds. We've now used that center for how many years? I don't know, 6, 7 years. We've outgrown it. It is not the highest quality building in the world, but also what has happened is that we just absolutely need more space, and the other health science disciplines now want to use those same training facilities, and they need to be on campus for the convenience of our students. I have ideas about what we could do with that land, everything from selling it. There's discussion of even acquiring that land next to it at a very reasonable price. If we had all of that, I would suggest that we keep that land. It would be easy to keep it up, and I think at some time we would perhaps use that for an athletic facility. We have seen through our planning of athletic facilities that every time we put down, for example, a baseball field, that we have to move a soccer field or we have to move a football practice field. There's no way that we could put a facility like that without damaging our significant excess cost. So I think we should keep that land and see what happens in our future and see how it would work into the strategic plan.
You know, Kenny, one thing to think about, I was thinking about that same exact thing, but as I thought through it, when we bought that building, we really did pay a really nice price for the building. And my guess is by the time we get all this done, assume the timeline plays out, we'll have been in that building almost 10 years. And, you know, that's a pretty strong, useful life for that building, for the little investment that we had. So I got comfortable with that from that standpoint. Anything we get at it from a residual standpoint is going to be positive.
Yeah.
So
we really had no option at the time to move in there. In fact, we were delighted to get it. As I recall, we paid about $450,000.
We paid $400,000.
We will have used it
about
10
4 or 5 years, not 6, 7.
So, and I think that we probably should hold on to that land because I do believe that we could use it for development of maybe intercollegiate athletics.
Cool. Anybody else? Any other discussion or questions? Okay,
We do have the other exceptional item we need to talk about.
Oh, do we need to approve that? I'm
Yes,
sorry.
we do.
Mr. Chairman, I pulled one here. I didn't get.
Pete's
Okay.
item.
Okay, under the university is funded largely by the state from formula. That is, we get so much money per credit hour in economics, or a credit hour in physics, or a credit hour in communications. We get the same number of dollars that the University of Texas does, depending on what we create. At the present time, that amounts to 19-20% of the cost of offering our academic program. The students pay about 60% of that cost through tuition and fees. The remainder of that, somewhere around 20%, is paid for by funds given to us by our benefactors. So basically, the coordinating board is charged with coming up with a formula to fund us based upon the credit hours that we create. They're also recommending that we be given some incentive formula based upon our success as a university. It looks like the incentive money would be given based on the number of graduates that we turned out or percentage increase in the numbers that we turn out. But in addition to the formula funding, we're allowed to ask for exceptional items. That is an item that we need, that would improve the university, that we can convince the legislature would improve the university. Actually, the tuition revenue bond falls under an exceptional item. Well, in addition to the tuition revenue bond, we have an idea, and we'd like to ask for one other special item, because at times the state will fund these exceptional items. They were called special items at one time. I'm going to ask Keith. I know he's ready for this. This is his idea, and we've all discussed what our request ought to be. One of the priorities of the state of Texas right now is to deal with our rapidly changing demographic, the declining enrollment of certain groups of young people in Texas in our colleges and universities. It is a major thing to the legislature and the coordinating board and to the future economy of Texas. And I'm going to let Keith describe that. I think that he's put together a budget of what, about $250,000
for the biennium, just slightly less than the $73 million you just saw.
So this is again, we're going to ask for two exceptional items. One of them is going to be a tuition revenue bond. Other would be this smaller item that we're going to put in. I think it's something that is really at the top of the priority of the state of Texas legislature, and it would help Midwestern State, and it helped the young people of Wichita Falls and surrounds.
Well, and that's absolutely the reason that we thought of this is, and actually we're already doing this, and it's funded through a West Foundation grant that expires this year. We believe having this provided through the state of Texas will provide a more secure source of funding. But the genesis of it is the changing demographics of Texas, and in particular, the number of economically disadvantaged and the number of underrepresented students in higher education in Wichita Falls and Wichita County itself. And so we have partnered with the Wichita Falls Independent School District, Vernon College, as well, and with a community-based organization, the Zavala Cultural Initiative, and this organization called Cafe Con Leche. And the idea is to both recruit students from secondary schools into higher education, but at a more basic level, start working with underrepresented populations at the middle school level and working with them out in the community with community organizations to try to change the college-going culture in some of these groups. And we think there's a critical need for that in Wichita County. We think it's important to the economic future of the county. And certainly it is something the state of Texas wants us to do, as evidenced by closing the gaps by 2015 that the coordinating board took on a number of years ago. So we think this is a good item, and we think it will look attractive to the state, giving us a focus for them, and it's a partnership between 3 state institutions.
So I was just telling Debbie that I'm going to ask for another motion, simply because there was so much information after we made the original motion. I actually thought a lot of this was going to be in finance, Mike, so I apologize for that. So I'm going to ask for a motion again, if I could, please.
So moved.
Second. Thank you. Any other discussion on these items? Okay. And both of these were included in your handouts. And I don't know why I thought most of this would be covered in finance. That's my bad. I apologize.
I don't know why I forgot the exceptional items.
Well,
Hey, no more mistakes.
okay. I'm sorry. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 1492, holiday schedules for staff employees, 2014-2015. Holiday schedules are recommended for approval as presented in the agenda. Ms. Fisher, would you please comment?
New evil HR director.
Evil.
As you know, that state of Texas employees are entitled to a paid day off for every state, federal, and skeleton crew holiday that we have. Next fiscal year, there are 16 of these holidays, and state of institutions of higher education can actually establish their own holiday schedule. So this is what is being proposed for next year.
And it is in your material. Before we discuss further, anything else you want to add? Okay. Before we discuss further, could I have a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any other discussion on this item? Okay. We have a motion to second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 1493, naming of university facilities. You will find the administration's recommendation in your folder, Dr. Rogers.
Okay, this, I don't know if you all were just looking ahead, but we've really had this discussion. Yeah, I think that it's time now that we're moving football into the facilities on the West Campus, and the fact that we want to preserve and improve the beautiful chapel over there. We think that we should make official the names of that facility as and change it from Christ Academy. We are recommending, consequently, that we retain Burns Chapel, and as I said, it's a wonderful facility. We need to go in and take it back to its original state, which won't be costly, and make it a beautiful part of the campus. The rest of it now, since we're going to be using it for swing space, football offices, and unknown uses in the future, we would like to change the name of it to West Campus Annex. That we think it's more appropriate.
Okay. Before we discuss further, could I have a motion to approve the naming of facilities as presented?
So moved.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Any other discussion on this? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. That concludes the business to come before this committee. Why don't we take a 10-minute break, because that really went long, and we'll be back, and then Linwood will do academic. Okay, we will now turn to academic and student affairs. Dr. Gibbon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Academic and Student Affairs Committee will now come to order. Members of the committee joining me today are Mr. Bryant, Ms. Burks, and Mr. Sanchez. Our first item is item 14-94, the approval of minutes of our committee meeting held February 13th, 2014. Are there any additions or corrections? If not, they will stand approved as presented. Our next item is 14-95, the faculty report. Dr. David Carlston, the chairman of the MSU Faculty Senate, will present this report and introduce a special guest for us today. Dr. Carlston.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to address the board. I think this year's been a good year for the Senate. Last year, the general tenor was a little bit tense. We conducted a survey and identified some particular problems or concerns among the faculty. We've just recently recompleted that survey this spring. We'll get those results to you this fall. But in terms of just the content of our faculty senate meetings and the conversations across campus, we've definitely seen some improvement in that regard. I think a large part of that has been due to the administration's willingness to kind of reach out to faculty. We've had all of the vice presidents have come and addressed the faculty senate at least once this year. We really appreciate that opportunity to hear and learn what's going on. We appreciate the opportunities that have been presented in terms of hiring out the grant writing. We appreciate your willingness to support that. I don't want to steal Dr. Garrison's thunder, but the first of those grants is out, and we're very excited about that. It addresses 3 different colleges on campus with a number of faculty involved in that project potentially. So we're very excited that I know as a faculty there's a little bit more energy, given that there's some resources associated with that kind of encouragement to continue and expand our research. We're also very pleased with the work that's been done in terms of the enrollment, both at the undergraduate and the graduate level. Having Noel Levitz come in and help out at the graduate level has been very exciting, as well as we've kind of been able to improve that process. So again, thank you for that work. We want to express appreciation to Dr. Farrell's office in terms of the fundraising efforts. As a faculty, one of the things that we wanted to do is kind of make ourselves more available and be more connected with those that are interested in helping the university. So we've started a letter writing campaign this year in terms of sending out thank you notes from the faculty to the donors that have kind of supported the university. I think it's important that they understand that they're not just donating to Dr. Farrell's office or Dr. Rogers, but that their donations are impacted and appreciated by the faculty. So we've done a number of different things that way. We're still working to kind of make Faculty Senate a better conduit of information, both up and down the line, but I think that's improving as well. We are very impressed and want to express appreciation to the Provost's office. I know that tenure and promotion policy is on the agenda. Not only do we think that it's a good revision, a solid revision of the policy, but we're very appreciative of the fact that the policy went through not only a committee, but it went out to all the college committees, the tenure and promotion committees in the college to be vetted before it went before the entire Senate. That process was a long process. Speaking from sitting on that committee, it was a long process, but it went through a very thorough vetting, and so, I mean, we were all holding our breath to some degree going into the Faculty Senate meeting with the policy that meaningful to faculty that there would be a significant discussion and a lively discussion, and there was really no discussion. It's very anticlimactic because it had been vetted so thoroughly, and we really appreciate that effort from the Provost's office. We also, again, want to appreciate Dr. Follet for coming and meeting with the faculty, talking about budget, answering budget questions. One of the things that as a faculty member I've heard for years is, we get a budget information every once in a while, or we can go find it in the library, in between those narrow stacks. But we never see expenditures, and so the opportunity to work with Dr. Follet's office to have faculty access to those has really comforted and settled a number of faculty on campus as well. We appreciate both Dr. Rogers and Dr. Clark's response to the issue that came up this year about the dual credit and dual enrollment, concurrent enrollment with the high schools, and really kind of shying away from that discount university and trying to recruit a gazillion students at $5 a course, and so we really appreciate that and the responsiveness of the administration in general. And then finally, board-wise, obviously we appreciate your support in terms of approving the funds for some of these various projects in terms of faculty development and other things that impact our life, but also starting to give us the opportunity to have a faculty member come and address the board each meeting. I think it's important that as a board, you get to know who we are and kind of what we go through and what it is that we're promoting. Because really, the students will come on campus and they interface with the student affairs, they interface with the physical aspects of the campus, but the large portion of what they're going to take away, other than their memories, is going to be their academics. And so for you to get to know the work of the faculty and understand the caliber and character of the faculty and their diverse products and interests and expertise is valuable to us. It's very satisfying as a faculty as a whole. And with that, I'd like to introduce Dr. Mitzi Lewis. She won the faculty award this year. It was awarded at the December commencement. Faculty award is a award. You win it from your peers. Your peers vote for you based on your contributions, your collegiality, your work within your college and across the campus. And Dr. Lewis is an incredible colleague. I just going through her vita, we kind of stole her away from institutional research. Okay, she used to work up there for a while, but we finally lured her over to our side, I guess. The dark side, sure. Come to the dark side, we have cookies, right? But she's very active in terms of her scholarship. She's got publications and a number of publications and invited speeches and paper presentations. I was very impressed with the range of her community involvement, from the Clay County Animal Shelter to the Kemp Center for the Performing Arts and the National Foundation of Business Professionals Women's Club. She's very involved, and my first contact with Dr. Lewis came about 2.5, 3 years ago. Our psychology department was putting together an advertisement. We recruit heavily from a 9-state regional conference, and so we were putting together a flyer, an advertisement to put out in the program for that conference. Obviously, that's not my area of expertise. If you knew my artistic ability, you would know that for sure. But we decided to turn it out to the students and have it be a student contest, a juried contest, where the students put forth their designs, and that we worked through the mass communication department, especially with Dr. Lewis, and she was extremely helpful in putting that whole process together, encouraging the students to participate in that. And I think that in the end, we put together a really good project and product based upon her efforts. And so I've been impressed with her for a long time, and I'm glad that she finally won the faculty award. And that's an opportunity to address you all. So I'm going to turn the time over to Dr. Lewis.
It is truly an honor to be with you all today. Thank you very much, and thank you for all those lies. I'm a very visual person, so I brought some visuals to support my message today. And actually, my message, I'm so happy to hear how we opened up today, is focused on a theme of the power of community. And we heard from Mrs. Marks earlier how she loves community. I think that's the same message I have. I love community and the power of the community for us as people working to serve our students. So let's see if we can stop here. Thank you. All right, so community supports us throughout our lives, and I'm going to be talking today a little bit about how community has supported me here at MSU and supported our work with students. But I was thinking about everyone in this room, and I realized that, of course, we all have communities that support us. And the people around this table, not only are you part of a community that supports you, but you also, I'm not a betting person, but if I were, I would bet that you are fostering and building communities in your own businesses too. So I would be remiss if I didn't just briefly acknowledge the community support that I received when I worked in the business area at TRW and at Intel. And these communities taught me valuable lessons that I could bring to our students and bring to the work we do at our school. I am here today as a representative of the faculty community, as David mentioned, and it's quite an honor. I also received a national award this year as Teacher of the Year for the Association for Education and Journalism and Mass Communication Small Programs Interest Group. And I want to say I would not have received either of these awards if it wasn't for the support that I received from basically everybody in this room and from peers across the nation, some of whom I'll be seeing next week when we present some work in Paris, France. So I'm excited for that, but really I wanted to just say how proud it makes me to represent Midwestern State University alongside people from all these different institutions doing exciting things and letting folks know about the work that we do here. And I would love to spend the rest of the afternoon to take you up on that kind of offer and to tell you all about my research projects and interests. But in the interest of time, I selected two. So I'll tell you about two today, and then I'd be happy to answer questions or continue to learn from you all this afternoon. The first is a project that was presented just a couple weeks ago here at Midwestern State University's very undergraduate research and creative activities forum. And these two students, who Dr. Sally Henschel and I work with, Kelly Kalame and Daniel Schwertner, presented the work and hopefully will continue to work with us next year and present the work at another conference where we're looking at how Texas state institutions are adapting their communication curricula to accommodate requirements set forth, new requirements set forth from the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board regarding our core curriculum. And part of the community that has supported, that made this research possible, is the Eureka program here at MSU. And that has allowed us to be able to start a longitudinal project, and we're hoping to continue to receive funds from Eureka next fall so that the students can present at the Southwest Education Research Association annual conference next February 2015. So these same students get to take a project from the beginning, hopefully, throughout several semesters of work and present it to an academic community that extends beyond our school year. The second project I wanted to share with you is an online open access peer-reviewed scholarly journal that I co-founded called the Teaching Journalism and Mass Communication. It's published by the Association for Education in Journalism and Mass Communication Small Programs Interest Group. And it allows us to, the online journal allows us to reach people worldwide in a way that print, we've been talking about print journals can't. We have print journals in the library, or we have some schools. This online journal can allow us to display multimedia content, have a faster time of publication, and even allow people online to have discussions and comments. So it's been an exciting project. In fact, since its inception in November of 2011, we've had thousands of people coming to the website to look at the work from over 125 countries, the top 25, which are on the right-hand side here. So we're reaching a very wide audience, and it's part of what I'm doing here at Midwestern State University that's making it possible. So I think it's also good exposure for Midwestern State University to be involved in something like this. It would not have been possible if it wasn't for a committee of scholars across the United States. So it's exciting when you get to reach out to those people and find folks who are passionate and interested about what you're interested in. And work side by side to take something from an idea to developing it into a beta project, and then to launching it and then keeping it going. So a great group of people here. I appreciate their efforts. In the world we live in, we've talked about communication and how communication skills are so important for students today. I think what we do here at Midwestern State University Mass Communication Department helps to prepare them to go out into the world and succeed in jobs that are in the mass media field, yes, but also across a wide range of fields. We have alum who've gone on to become lawyers and judges and investigators, work with police departments, work in higher education, work at Disney, all kinds of different businesses. And they're prepared for this because of these broad range of skills that an incredibly talented faculty brings to them. The other faculty, every single other faculty in the program have stories like mine, where they came from industry and bring that industry experience along with the academics into the classroom for our students so that they can thrive in a world for actually jobs that some of which have not even been developed yet. We are preparing students to perform well in jobs that not have, some of which have not been developed yet. So it's exciting to be part of that program, and it's an important thing that we do for our students. I'd like to close with words from one of our graduates. This is from December of 2012. This is Sarah Long. It's a very exciting day. We'll have this in a couple of days here, right on Saturday. This was unsolicited. She had sent an email giving us an update on how she's doing and talking about the community here at MSU and how that has helped her succeed in her current position. So here's what she had to say. I want to give an update about how my job is going. My boss is loving my attitude and excitement and thinks I will be the top billing seller within a year. It's not meant to be bragging. I have a point. I work with a fellow mass communication graduate from another university. She's 26 years old like me, and we are similar in circumstance. The difference is she was not involved in anything at all, and so we're performing very differently. When I look at what we do differently, I see Dr. Cerno, Professor Minden, Dr. Lewis, Professor Grant, Professor Gorham, Dr. Wilson, and Professor Pruitt. Every day, I use the skills each of you taught me, and I'm inspired to make you proud of me. I'm so grateful for the energy you all put in me, and wouldn't be where I am without all the communication support I have. You are my family, and I love you guys. Thanks for everything. Always 2014 is going to be a great year. So I think Sarah is the reason, students like Sarah are the reason that we do what we do. We all have great days, and then sometimes we have maybe some extra challenging days. And in those days especially, it's helpful to remember that we are focused on helping a group of students, a community of students, develop their own communities and then take that with them for success beyond their time here. And I'd like to leave you with a a visual reminder of why we do what we do. And maybe, I think you maybe even have some pockets in the binders, or when you're talking about facilities and providing equipment and space for students to study and learn and practice their skills. Those are so important. It's not just building a building, right? It is making a space that can make this happen. When we go to conferences and present our work, we're spreading MSU's brand out there, but we're also taking back things into the classroom that help our students. And none of this would happen if it wasn't for the hard work you do in here. So thank you for the fun times in here that you have and the extra challenging times and everything that you do to support us. I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Lewis. We appreciate the presentation, and we appreciate the work you've done, and the students who write back and talk about the success they're having because of the efforts. And Dr. Carlson, we thank you for the report. We do get a copy of the Faculty Senate minutes, and that gets sent to all of us, and we really appreciate that. So we do follow it, and thank you very much.
Dr. I'd like to commend both the administration and also the Senate faculty about how they're working together and hearing how everything's doing. They're really getting along great. And I do appreciate that, and that is, we really enjoy hearing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item is 14-96, the staff report. Our report today will be given by Mr. Dirk Welch, the chairman of the MSU Staff Center.
Well, thank you and good afternoon. And I don't have a beautiful presentation, but I do have Dr. Mills here. Today. So, but before we get to that, I'd really like to recognize and thank Dr. Mills. Over the course of his 2 years on Staff Senate, he has shown invaluable leadership, dedication, commitment, wisdom, and guidance that has helped immensely. So thank you, Michael. Today, you're going to get to meet a few folks in just a minute, and I know they're very, very excited to come in. If anybody noticed me on my phone texting or emailing, I was listening, but I was letting them know, whoops, wait, 15 more minutes or 10 more minutes, but I know that they are here. So they're anxious to meet you all, very, very excited. So who you will have a chance to meet today are two of our Spring Staff Senate Scholarship recipients and one of our You Make a Difference Award recipients. We had also intended to have a second You Make a Difference Award recipient, but at the last minute he was not able to be here, but we will share some information with you. So I'm just going to step outside. If you'll excuse me for a minute to wave them on in while Dr. Mills shares the report with you further. Thank you.
Okay. Well, when Dirk called and asked me to come address you today, I didn't know that I was going to be behind Dr. Carlson and Dr. Lewis. I'm sorry to disappoint, but that was very good. But similar to what Dr. Carlson had said about the Faculty Senate, I want to echo for the Staff Senate as well. I mean, that's that the administration has been very welcoming and has come to just every staff meeting that we've had this year, or every Staff Senate meeting that we've had. And since your last report, we've had both Dr. Fillet and Dr. Lamb come in and visit with us, and Dr. Lamb visited with a profile about the class of 2014 and the freshman class. Very excited as well about the future of our enrollment and the growth of the institution. Dr. Fillet shared with us some budget highlights and some preparation and some of the stuff that you talked today about the master plan and kept the Staff Senate in the loop. And again, very appreciative. And actually next week, Dr. Rogers is going to be visiting the Staff Senate, and so we're grateful for his time as well. So thank you for that. And like Dirk said, we have some special guests with us today. And first off, I want to introduce you to our spring scholarship winners. And both of these young ladies received $250 from the Staff Senate for going back and furthering their education. And the first one, I'm a little biased because I know her because she works in my office. But this is Mary Keever back here. And Mary does an excellent job of working with our students, and she's a big part of getting them assigned into their rooms and taking care of some of the issues that pop up and taking care of them. The second is Shannon Toll, and she works in the Vincent Health Center, and she's a radiology technologist. Okay. So we're very, very glad to have you today. Thank you for your time, and thank you for what you do. The second thing we want to talk to you about is anyone can nominate a peer for a You Make a Difference award to the Staff Senate. And we have 2 of those, and actually, as Dirk said, only one of them could be with us today. But that's Cindy Cummings. And Cindy works in the Clark Student Center, and she does all of our special events coordinating. And she was nominated, and I'd like to just read a couple of words about what she was nominated for. And it says, "We all know that being in charge of an entire community-served building, such as the Clark Student Center, is no easy task. But Cindy has been a great help with reserving rooms in the Clark Student Center for football. She came through on an extremely last-minute notice for us during a recent recruiting trip in January. She's a wonderful asset to the MSU family, and we're very thankful for all that you do." So thank you, Cindy. And the second one was Jesse Johnson from Information Technology. And the testing center needed to upgrade all of their systems to meet the requirements for 10-plus companies that we test for by April 1st of 2014. Jesse spent countless hours over a couple of weeks to audit, uninstall, and reinstall all of the software and programs needed to comply with the various companies for testing. He worked diligently and effortlessly to complete the task on the first attempt. He even came back and spent an entire afternoon with the staff to wipe all of the others out, re-image them twice, and then upgrade all 7 of them. He worked through all of the requirements and had us up and running before he closed at 5 p.m. on that afternoon. We'd like to thank Jesse for making a difference with his skills, knowledge, patience, and work ethic. So, just wanted to share a couple of highlights with you that we're happy to report to the board today. And as was stated, thank you for your time today. So, questions?
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate all of you taking time out of your jobs to come visit with us.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Well, the staff is such an integral part of the whole university. Thank you very much. And thank you for your report, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you.
Our next item is 14-97, the Student Government Report. Our report today will be given by our outgoing Student Government President, Melanie Coffey, who will then introduce our incoming President, Rebecca Stogner.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Overall, this year I can mark as a great success. I feel like the Senate did a lot of hard work, and we had a lot of support from the administration this year, so it was really great. So I'm just going to share a few items that we really got accomplished this year. So one of the things that we did was finalize the homecoming bill that really shows the outgoing and well-rounded students that we have on campus during homecoming time, to really celebrate that as a mark of their work for our campus. And Rebecca actually helped on that bill for the homecoming. This year we also began to award a Staff, Faculty, and Senator of the Month award. And with this, we really just wanted to appreciate each of those each month and kind of see who's really inspiring our students and really making a difference in their lives. And then give them some of the appreciation, of course. Also, we really invited a lot of different people this year to our meetings. We got Senate opinion and really looked into who they wanted to see at meetings, and we got Dr. Rogers himself, Marilyn Fallet, we had Cammie and Kevin from Student Development, we had the Counseling Center come, and we had Chief Williams. So all those really helped us get a lot of information from around campus, and we thank everyone who was there to support us. Also with Marilyn Fallet this year, we with our campus environment committee, we recommended various benches and tables and especially needed bike racks around campus. Those are really needed, and all of those are being used already by students that I've seen around campus. Everyone's been sitting on the benches and enjoying the tables, especially with the weather. So also for our annual tree planting for retiring faculty, we kind of hit a bump with the drought, obviously. We can't really plant trees as of right now. And so we wanted to still commemorate those retiring faculty in a different way to make sure that we could still celebrate their support and their great effort for our university. So we decided to go ahead with doing an honorary bench for each college that would have the names of each retiree and years of service marked on it. So I said this earlier, but students could always sit with their faculty and remember their conversations and just have a great time with them the whole time. So we're hoping that we can go ahead and implement those through the next year. Lastly, this semester, the Senate actually passed a 24-hour library and Clark Student Center resolution to try to really get that going for finals. And especially with the help of Dr. Garrison and Dr. Latham, funding was found to staff those late night hours, and Greek Life actually provided some volunteers that we could get the library actually staffed fully. So with those two, we were able to open 24 hours for finals, and students could study all they wanted to for all those 2 weeks. So this year has just really brought a lot of different exciting things for SGA and for me especially, and these 2 years that I've been serving for SGA has just been a great experience. I'm going to be pretty sad to leave, but I am graduating on Saturday, so that's a plus. So I would like to now introduce the incoming president for student government. She is Rebecca Stogner, and she has been working since day one she stepped on this campus. She has been wanting to be involved with student government. She came into my office when I was vice president last year, and she really just wanted to get involved, and I'm so glad to be handing over my position to her, and I wish you all the luck.
Yes, as she said, my name is Rebecca Stogner, and I'll be the new president. I do love student government. I have been here since day one, harassing Melody as to how much I could get involved and how fast. But I'm a political science major with the intent on going to law school post-grad. So I have high aspirations and very goal-oriented, and I'm hoping to utilize everything that I've learned so far at this school through various faculty and staff into student government and making it a really good year. So thanks.
Melody, thank you very much, and thank you for your reports that you've given us. And congratulations on graduating.
Thank you.
Now, this is in mechanical engineering, right?
Yes, it is.
So tell us a little bit about what you plan to do.
I am planning to find a job in mechanical engineering. If anyone knows of any engineers, it's been a pretty tough search, but I am going at it 100%, trying to find a job and just get starting because I love working and I love doing a lot of engineering, so I'm really excited about going forward and graduating. It's kind of scary, but I'm excited.
Well, we're excited for you, and perhaps some of the members of the board or those present will have opportunities they can do that. And Rebecca, we thank you for joining us and look forward to your reports, and thank you very much. Our next item is 14-98, the athletics report. Our Director of Athletics, Charlie Carr, will present the report. Mr. Carr.
Thank you, Linwood. Thank y'all. Don't you dare. We'll use you.
Oh, no.
I appreciate a few minutes. Congratulations to young ladies. Did a great job this year. We appreciate your efforts and look forward to yours as well. Missy, we in athletics would always like to be a part of your community, if there's any way. So, anyway, great week for us in athletics. It's pretty synonymous with our entire year. I've always been told to stand up to be seen, and speak up to be heard, and sit down to be appreciated, especially in this group right here. So I will do that. We started last week with our annual academic awards dinner. I apologize to those who were there. It was a little long, but I think it was obviously relevant. Again, had a great year athletically and student athlete wise. 11 of our 13 teams are again in the postseason, which is somewhat surreal in a way. We hosted our 23rd NCAA event in the last 10 years, which is, if you think about that, that's quite an accomplishment for a lot of people in this room, to be honest with you. Our men's and women's golf team were selected to the NCAA again, the 4th straight year and 3rd straight year for the women. That was on Thursday. And then on Saturday, our women's tennis team won, and we'll move forward to the NCAA championships in Orlando, Florida, down to 16 teams. And then on Sunday, our men's team did exactly the same thing. They qualified for the national championships as well. And there was a funny story, not a funny story, a funny but yet poignant story in that on Wednesday night we awarded the Mustangs Courage Award to a young man, a young tennis player, a junior for us, by the name of Jared Liston. Jared Liston has been through 2 shoulder surgeries, and if you've ever played tennis or tried to, as in my case, it's very difficult to play tennis with a bad shoulder. Jared played for us his first year, sat out his second year, and this year he has been playing and doing a great job for us. He received our Mustangs Courage Award for a comeback, literally. Jared was on court number 4 on Sunday, playing a very, very difficult match. We lost the first 2 doubles. You played 9 matches. You have to win the majority of 9. Kenny, that's 5. Kenny, we were down 2-1 in doubles. We lost our number 2 singles in about 30 minutes, so we were down 3-1. We lost our number 5 singles and made us down 4-1. We proceeded to come back, and Jared was on the last court number 4, playing with the tied 4-4. He lost the first set, 1-6. Doesn't sound pretty ominous. He was down 5-1 in the second set. Came back and won that one 7-5. Was tied 5-5. Won the second one, and then won the last one in the tiebreaker for us to go to Orlando. Wow. So that's and you wonder why I love what I do. It's been a great year. It's been a lot of fun. A lot of great kids, and I'm very proud of them. The best part of the year, though, was yesterday. Yesterday, we recruited a pretty good coach. I worked with Dean Smith for a long time. Coach Dean Smith, some of you remember, I know some of you remember who that is. Probably the most student-athlete friendly coach I have ever been around. Obviously very successful. He's 3rd in the nation in all-time coaching victories in college. I don't want to put Nelson Haggerty in Coach Smith's world yet, but I can promise you that in terms of values, in terms of representation for a university, in terms of caring about student athletes and students, as we all are hopeful about, I've never been around someone quite like him. I've talked to you, and of course Nancy and Gavin, you'll hear me too many times talk about the model program. Well, I'll only leave you with this. We still have a chance, a very good chance, to have a model program because we have the model coach. And I'd like for that coach to say a few words to you. He's here this afternoon. Nelson, if you step forward and say hi to everyone. So, Nelson, hi. I can say hi.
Thank you. Forgive me for not wearing my jacket inside. You've seen me coach. You know how I get on the bench. It's pretty warm outside. Thanks, Charlie, for saying those things about me. You know, it's this whole experience for me this last week has honestly been a rough one. Charlie, I guess, would say it's a lot rougher for him than it was for me, but it has been. But one of the great things that I found out, and you don't get very many opportunities for this to happen to you. I really found out how much people really cared about the job that I've been doing, that we've been doing. I've received text messages, phone calls from friends, from people that have watched our guys play and have watched them around town and had them in class, and some people that I've never met before took out the time to send me an email or a phone call, and that has meant a lot to me and my family. It really has. One of the greatest, the major reasons why I feel so great about this university and where we're headed in this community is honestly because of the people in this room. I really do. I've got a chance to talk with some of you. Some of you are friends of mine, and I really hold your relationships really dear. I really do. And some of you, I've heard about some of the comments that you made about what we've been trying to do as a program, and really none of them have been about wins and losses. They really haven't. And it's been about the things that I really care about. And I know in this room we have a group of people that really care about the right things, and that means a lot to me. Athletics has been a major part of my life, all of my life. I feel blessed to really feel like I'm in God's purpose for my life, and to be able to make an impact on these young men and make an impact on this university and represent this university and a strong family community that this community is. I feel humbled and blessed to be able to do so. I really do. I feel so passionate about athletics for so many reasons. And I'm amongst a group of coaches that feel the same way that I do. And one of the great things, I'm only 3 years on the job as a head coach, so to be amongst a fraternity of coaches that have great experiences and not only win, but win in the right way and do things in the right way and care about the right things every day, and be able to have those relationships and talk to them as a coach has been extremely helpful in my development. So I really feel, honestly, that we have the best group of coaches in Division II. I really do. And so, my mother, she's an educator. I was talking to Sean about this. She's an educator, and she's about to retire. She says at some point she will. She promised me she will. But she's in physical education, and she battles and struggles with physical education not being taken as seriously as whether it's in the curriculum or just whatever. And she fights that battle, and she fights that fight. And for me, I just feel great that and feel great about the support that we have here and in the community in athletics. I really do. And it's not just my program, it's athletics in general. I see myself in the young guys that I recruit, that I have on my team. I see myself, I probably shouldn't, but I do see myself with any other athlete that's here. And we do so much for them and so much for their development as young men and women. It's not just about reading a book, and it's really about the lessons and the teamwork and the working together for the common goal, and those aspects are really important also. So I just feel really great about that. You don't get very many opportunities. We all work really hard at what we do. I said this last night. We sometimes we spend so much time with our jobs working and sacrificing and spend a lot of emotional, physical time and energy into doing the best that we can in the jobs that we do. And sometimes you may feel that you're not appreciated, or you're nobody's recognizing the work that you really put into what you're doing, and we can all be doing other things. So I'm thankful and blessed to really, I don't feel that way at all. And I feel the support from all of you and from everyone in the community. And if I don't hear another kind word about our program, well, I guess in the next 15 seconds, then, I'll be okay, So, but I just want to thank you all. I mean, we, all this talking, you probably just want to know who we're recruiting or what's coming up next. But I really feel great about where we're headed. And not just some wins and losses, but just continuing to be better at doing the things that we feel like in our hearts and hearts we want to do with what we're doing. So I just want to say thank you all. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I won't protract this, but we kind of talked around it a little bit, but I think everybody's been reading the paper, watching television. We know that Nelson was wooed by one of the absolute top athletic programs in the nation. He really searched inside, talked to me and Charlie. His negotiation was really about his team and what he needs to take us to a national championship. Now, it may not Nelson, it may not be about winning and losing, but the fact is, in the 3 years that he's been here, he's won 70 games, and I think maybe lost fewer than 20. So it is about winning. He's a winner, and the fact that we're able to keep him here, really, I think, sort of a high point in the intercollegiate athletic program of this university. We're just delighted that he's staying with us. He's the kind of coach we need, and appreciate it. Thanks, Nelson.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry. I have one other thing. I'm sorry. Robert Clark and I have worked together for nearly 40 years. He's been willing to do any job that I've asked him to do. He's done it well. He's held more positions on this campus than I have.
Nelson doesn't need an assistant.
Okay. That's one thing that I'm not going to ask him to do. Definitely not. But Bob is interested in cycling. He enjoys cycling himself. He's been very active in the Hotter Than Hell 100 board of directors, and he has been the faculty sponsor of our cycling team since it's existed. I think he's probably very central to its starting. It's been successful. We compete in the National Collegiate Cycling
Championship.
Yes, championship. We're at the top of the nation in the cycling sport. It's brought a lot of great young people through this university, and we just returned from the national championships. Sorry, Bob, maybe tell us what happened.
We qualified again to participate in the National Road Championships this year in Richmond, Virginia, having won the South Central Collegiate Cycling Conference for the 6th time row. Wow. We took 10 athletes to Richmond this past week. The men competed against 160 other cyclists from across the United States. The women competed against 90 women. We have a young woman by the name of Jessica Printer, who is a President's Distinguished Scholar, has been since she came to Midwestern, will be graduating this Saturday. She repeated as the women's individual time trial champion. She is our national champion for the 2nd time in a row. In fact, her time as an individual was faster than the winning time of the women's team time trial by probably close to 30 seconds. So she is our national champion. She also finished 3rd in the women's road race. She finished 4th in the women's criterium. She led our time trial team of women to 7th place. Tony Baca finished 4th in the men's crit. A young man by the name of Corey Scott, who's finishing his master's degree here, having come here from William & Mary with an undergraduate degree, is graduating this Saturday. He finished 6th in the men's road race. He led our team time trial to a 5th place podium finish. And we finished 6th overall in the nation for this event. 1 point out of a podium 5th place finish. We got beat by Stanford. So you're going to lose by 1 point to Stanford. Okay. It was a very, very. We got to go this year, and it was a great deal of fun. I'm very proud of these kids. They represented Midwestern very, very well.
Thanks, Bob. Thanks for your work. I'm sorry. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next item is 14-99, the May 2014 graduating class. The administration recommends approval of the candidates for May graduation as presented. There are 656 students on the list. Could I have a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Item 14-100, Academic Department Name Change. The administration recommends that the Department of English be renamed the Department of English, Humanities, and Philosophy. Dr. Stewart, would you comment on this recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. The new title, the Department of English, Humanities, and Philosophy, more accurately reflects the department structure. We have faculty in English, humanities faculty, as well as philosophy faculty. We offer bachelor's and master's degrees in English, a bachelor's in humanities, minors in philosophy, humanities, and English. And so the faculty wanted a departmental name that better reflects what the department does. And also by including humanities and philosophy in the name of the department, it reinforces our position as a member of the Council of Public Liberal Arts Colleges, where humanities and philosophy are well recognized as disciplines among the liberal arts colleges.
Thank you very much. Could I have a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Item 14-101, Policy Manual Changes. There are 4 policy changes recommended for approval that are in your folder. Dr. Rogers will make some comments, and then Dr. Stewart will explain the first 3 policy changes, and Ms. Fisher will explain the 4th.
Okay, I'll be very brief. I'm going to let Dr. Stewart take those, well, really all the policies except D, which deals with the employment of foreign nationals. Betty has reorganized her office in the last year. It took her a year of listening and thinking before she did that. She's going to have to make a few changes in the policy manual to take care of that. She's cleaning up some faculty hiring procedures and record keeping. The main thing that she's going to talk to you about, though, is something that she's worked on. David Carlson, I believe, chaired this committee, referred to it a while ago.
I served on that.
You served on it, okay. They took a long look at our rank and tenure policies. I am very satisfied with what they came up with, and Dr. Stewart's going to talk to you about that. It's very important to what we're going to be dealing with later today. So, Betty, I'm going to turn all of those over to you, and if you take them in the order that they're in the program, in the agenda, I'll be pleased. Thank you.
We'll first start with policy 2.333, the graduate coordinator duties. I have a new graduate dean, associate vice president for academic affairs, and graduate dean. And one of her assignments this year was to get the graduate program in alignment with the university and help us to move forward. As she met with the coordinators, one of the first things they did was look at their job description. And in the current policy manual, graduate coordinators are listed as academic administrative assistants. So the graduate coordinators wanted a title that better, and a description that better reflects what they do, in that they are full-time faculty members appointed in an academic supervisory role for select programs. So the first policy is just to really define the role of a graduate coordinator with the current practice at the university. Do you want me to just keep going?
Yes, please.
Okay. Policy 3.112, this is just a minor change in the faculty hiring procedure. When we hire new faculty, the applications go to the departments for which the hire is going to be made. And then once the applicant has accepted the position, we have to do record keeping. And right now we keep all of our records in the departments or college. but the Human Resources Department has a hard time collecting all that data when they have to do their reports. So we are recommending that upon hiring of new faculty, that all records from the hiring process be stored in the Human Resources Department rather than left in the individual departments and colleges. This is good for us and it keeps us out of trouble. The third policy is one I am most proud of, and that is policy 3.120, faculty tenure and promotion policy. You have in your folder a summary of the criteria for the proposed changes in the faculty tenure and promotion policy. I'd like to just give you a brief overview of what has occurred, and then I would ask the board's endorsement of the changes to the policy. The revised tenure and promotion policy presented today was developed by an ad hoc committee of faculty with one representative from each of the 6 colleges, a college dean, and the provost. The policy has been presented to each of the 6 colleges, unanimously endorsed by the Faculty Senate and approved by Academic Council. The Policy Revision Committee attempted to clarify expectations for faculty, reduce redundancies within the current policy, and to be more inclusive and consistent with current faculty demands and campus culture. Specifically, our faculty are evaluated in 3 areas: teaching, research and scholarly activity, and service. So I just want to give you a brief overview of the proposed changes to the policy. In the area of teaching, we are recommending faculty be evaluated in 4 broad areas: course design, instruction, continuing development, and collegiality in teaching. This proposed change takes into account the essential elements of the current policy and better clarifies the expectations of teaching by the faculty member. In the area of research, the committee revised traditional research and applied research categories and gave examples of each. The committee recommends enforcement of the current requirements for departments and colleges to develop defining and clarifying criteria for both traditional and applied research. The committee added categories to the research and scholarly area that are more consistent with the practices of current faculty, such as supervision of research and creative work with undergraduate and graduate students, grant writing, and primary responsibility for program or department assessment and accreditation. We have a number of programs at the university that have attained disciplinary accreditation, such as business, engineering, education, the fine arts, and the health sciences. And they are required to prepare self-study and assessment reports that are over 100 pages in length to submit to their accrediting body. So we wanted to give those faculty who took on those responsibilities credit in the tenure and promotion process. And finally, the committee clarified expectations for service by the faculty. And I would like to note to the committee that in the revised policy, faculty will be evaluated for tenure and a promotion to associate professor at the same time. In the current policy, faculty can apply for tenure only, then a year later apply for promotion to associate professor. This proposed change in the revised policy is more consistent with many colleges and universities in the United States. The committee recommends that the current policy take effect in fall 2014, and the faculty who have 2 years of teaching experience at the beginning of fall 2014 be evaluated under this revised policy. And faculty who have 3 years or more of teaching at the beginning of fall 2014 have the option to choose which of the 2 policies they would like to be evaluated under. So that's my summary.
All right. Before we move further, Ms. Fisher, would you like to discuss the policy change from the 14th?
Yes, the Employment for National policy was updated to reflect the current guidelines in place for the departments who employee foreign nationals, as well as it further clarifies the proper protocol that the international employees have to follow to obtain visa assistance through our university. And lastly, it outlines the financial support that our university supplies to these employees.
Thank you. So that we might enter into a discussion of these, could I have a motion? Is there a second? Some of these are fairly significant changes, I would think. Is there a discussion of the items?
I have a question. On page, I guess it's 24 of the tenure change, or the proposed tenure change, the very bottom part of the revision was, I guess previously if there were 2 negative recommendations in an application, it would be removed. And we're striking that. How are we addressing that?
It's still there. I just moved it under the provost instead of in that position. So if faculty receive 2 negative votes, I send the faculty member a letter telling them that their process stops at that point. So we just moved it around in the policy.
So they would still, with 2 negative votes, still come.
Absolutely.
Dr. Stewart, I've heard from you and others that this was vetted extensively through the committee and across the campus. I'm talking about the faculty tenure and promotion. This has been a discussion point for this board for quite a while. So just to confirm, everybody on the committee felt good about these changes. Everybody felt positive about these changes. And to your point, it does definitely bring us in line with other colleges and universities at this time.
Yes, we took 20 months to revise this policy.
Well, that's pretty steep.
Yeah. So we've had lots of discussions at the college level within the committee. We received feedback from the colleges. We incorporated the feedback in the revised policy, and then we brought it to the Faculty Senate for endorsement.
Mr. Chairman, just one comment. I think one of, if not the most significant change, is the using the same criteria for tenure as that for associate professor. This is common in higher education. This board has asked many times how could we give faculty through tenure, and I'm going to talk about tenure in a moment, again, what it is and what it's not. It is the most significant vote of confidence that you, the board, can bestow on a faculty member, and only the board can do that. And if that is the case, they certainly ought to be held to a high enough standard that they are associate professors. So I think that is reasonable. You all have asked that question numerous times. You won't have to anymore after we work our way out of this. And fortunately, it won't take us long to do, but I am very satisfied with that. I appreciate the time that the ad hoc committee put in on this, and it was gratifying that I believe that even if she hadn't already said it, that the faculty senate voted unanimously to approve this change and the other changes in the policy. So you can be assured, and we'll go over this in a little bit more detail when we get down to specific promotions, that this is a very rigorous process that all faculty must go through in order to be granted tenure, or for you to have the opportunity to grant them tenure, and for them to be promoted. So it's an excellent and I think rigorous evaluation procedure. I'm very pleased with it, and that's a significant step to tie those two together.
I only had one other question. On number 2, on page 18, instruction. I'm assuming that's the part where the students will be able to offer feedback on the professors.
I'm getting there. Page 18. All faculty will still be given end-of-course evaluations, and so by students.
And that's where that would come.
Yes.
Okay. I just might.
And that would be included as part of the criteria for tenure and promotion evaluation.
Yes. That in the area of teaching, we use the end-of-course evaluations as one of the ways we measure the effectiveness of the professor. So that will continue to be the case. And all faculty are expected to have end-of-course evaluations for their classes where it is significantly relevant. If you have a class of 2 students, we don't do a teaching end-of-course evaluation because the faculty member will know who gave the response. But if we have a number that is statistically significant, we run end-of-course evaluations so that faculty can get feedback, and so that the evaluating committees and bodies can see the work of the faculty in the classroom.
Any other discussion? All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? The motion carries. We're going to cover item 14-102, 103, and 104 in a closed session. But before we go into the closed session, in this open forum, we would like for Dr. Rogers to present general information about the emeritus status, faculty promotions, and the concepts behind faculty tenure.
Let me get my page back to you. I'm now at the graduates. Okay. Emeritus status, I think many of you are familiar with it. We have a rigorous procedure there. Basically, emeritus status for those faculty members who are retiring, who have served the university for at least 10 years and really have served the university well. It requires the department head, and in the case of faculty, it requires the dean to make a recommendation to the faculty senate. Approval of the faculty senate for emeritus status is sent to the provost, and then I bring it to you. I will tell you this year, when you see the people who are retiring, they have served the university for many, many years. I believe the total is about 148 years, and they certainly have served the university in a distinguished way as mentors and as teachers and as administrators. So I feel very good about the group. There are some really tangible things that go along with being able to call yourself an emeritus faculty member, such as you can keep your email address. We also encourage the faculty, who many of them continue to write and publish in scholarly journals, to use Midwestern State University as in their title as emeritus professor. And there are various other perks that we try to give our emeritus faculty. So we'll be presenting that list to you in just a moment. We have talked about how rigorous the process is. Dr. Stewart's gone through that as far as evaluation of faculty for tenure and for promotion. And of course, as faculty move through the ranks from assistant to associate to full professor, the standards even become more demanding and more rigorous. Being a professor requires near perfection in what real professional faculty do. I will tell you a comment, let me back up a little bit, that universities have been roundly criticized for every year that I've been in it, which has been a long time, for not really evaluating tenure, but basing tenure and promotion upon research. That publish and perish is the most important thing in universities. That's just absolutely a lack of understanding of what Midwestern State does and what most universities do. One can evaluate teaching, and I hope you see through our policies that we are evaluating teaching and placing a huge premium on that. As far as research is concerned, we like for our faculty to be competitive with and work just like faculty at all other universities, but we see it as a tool for the development of critical thinking, the development of the understanding of the scientific method. It is a teaching tool at Midwestern State. You see that through Eureka, the Red Wine Scholars, the Presidential Scholars, all are asked to find a faculty member to work with and produce some original work, and even encouraged to present that work to our faculty and to other societies out there in their area. I think it distinguishes Midwestern State. It vitalizes our faculty, and it certainly is great for our students. It sets us apart from, I think, other schools because we do stress it. But because we do have research in our standards, It really is there because that is what we represent as a university and represent. It's a major tool in our teaching of our students. I want to put that in perspective. It is all part of educating students. Let me comment briefly on tenure. I think many of you have heard this. I'm going to try to tell you what it is and what it is not. It is a standard in higher education. It is the highest vote of confidence that you can bestow on a faculty member, and Dr. Stewart will present evidence of what we've looked at when we make these recommendations to you. The rules surrounding and the laws surrounding tenure have some really simple tenets with it. One, only the Board of Regents can bestow tenure. Department heads and deans and provosts can't promise someone tenure or give it. It's up to this Board of Regents to do it. There are time limits that people have to get to tenure. It is really a difficult system in that probationary faculty don't even have to be given a reason for not retaining them. What tenure does, it gives faculty, once you decide that they qualify for this, the right to due process if their contract is not continued. That's what tenure is. We know by practice and by law that faculty members can be dismissed through a standard due process procedure that meets the standards for due process. They can be dismissed based upon violations of moral turpitude, neglect of their duties, or incompetence. And so that is what tenure is about. It is there to protect academic freedom, and it is there to protect the faculty once they have proven themselves. So I think that I've heard people say tenure is a major problem in higher education. I have never found that to be true. The number of faculty that I've had to deal with tenure in my many years as administrator is very, very small. We have dismissed faculty members for cause during the time that I have been here. So it is a procedure that all universities use. The state of Texas basically would have to take action to get rid of tenure in its public schools for us not to go through this procedure. So that's really what it is, and it is an important step for all faculty members, and that it's a vote of confidence from you that they are the kind of people we want at this institution. Okay. And we will deal with the qualifications of everyone in closed session.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers. Mr. Chairman, the Academic and Student Affairs Committee would desire to stand in recess until later in the meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Gibbons. Mr. Bernhardt, Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Finance Committee will now come to order. Members of the committee here today are Mr. Cosno, Dr. Gibbons, and Mr. Gregg. First item is 14-105 is the approval of minutes for the Finance Committee held February 13th, 2014. Are there any additions or corrections? If not, they stand approved as presented. Our next item, 14-106, summary of financial support received since our last board meeting. This report is presented in the agenda, and I would like to highlight some of the major gifts received since our last meeting. The West College of Education received a grant of $138,250 from the West Foundation for the Joseph N. Cyril Memorial Scholarship Program for students who have graduated with college and desire to become secondary teachers. Wichita Falls Club Capri established scholarship endowed with a gift to the MSU Foundation of $33,582. City of Wichita Falls awarded the Diller College of Business Administration $30,000 for the Lalani Center Idea of Wichita Falls. The Mr. T. Bryant Metter III contributed $13,580 to the Wichita Falls Museum of Art at Midwestern State University for renovations. And Howard, I believe you asked me you can update us on some since this has come out.
Mr. Barnett, it's been a very good time period from January to this point. Even as yesterday, and as Dr. Rogers knows, I was holding a check for $500,000. And in our next board meeting, Dr. Rogers is going to be bringing some opportunities to this board. We're doing a lot of homework that Dr. Rogers has initiated in a whole series of areas. I'm also delighted to tell you, and I mentioned this to you last time we met, that I felt very good about it. The annual fund, and this is the first time in probably, well, since I've been doing this, we have exceeded our annual fund goal by, as of yesterday, by 18%. Our phone-a-thon exceeded its goal, and congratulations to our students that run it. Our parent fund, and I wish Steve Shipp was here so I could thank him and his people, because those are the people that are the ones that are actually out there. I think next time we meet in August, you're going to see some significant action and some naming opportunities that we're working on.
Okay. Hey, check your hold. You don't have your name on it, right? For our new Regents, a list of names and address of the donors is in your folders, and we ask Regents to write thank you notes to those assigned to you and any others you would like to include. The blank notes are on the center of the table. You can give your complete notes to Debbie for the mailing, and she will take care of them herself. So, thank you. Howard, do you or Jesse have any additional to add to this report?
Howard mentioned one, that is, he mentioned one contribution that we will announce in August. That is just part of the total contribution. Additionally, we will soon announce a $4.5 million gift to our College of Business. We'll probably do that in August also. So there's more good to come. And these all directly relate to growing and important programs, academic programs at the university.
Thank you. All right. These items is presented as information only and no actions required. Item 14-107, Financial Report. Administration recommends acceptance of the January, February, March 2014 financial reports. Dr. Foley, please comment on the reports and their current financial status, please.
Sure. Our financial report was as of the end of March 31st, 2014, and we have two types of revenues, operating revenues and non-operating revenues. Our operating revenues, which is generated by the type of work that we do here, the classrooms, tuition, fees, that kind of thing, is running 1.6% ahead of last year. $666,000. Non-operating revenues are running $1 million less because we haven't gotten in as many gifts through March as we had the previous year, but it sounds like we're going to catch up on that pretty quickly. Additional appropriations and investment income have offset that decrease right now by $900,000. So total revenue is running very close to last year, only about $400,000 less. We expect our summer school to be higher this year than last, and there are expectations of additional gift revenue, as we mentioned. Our operating expenses are running $2.5 million more than last year during the same period. The largest increase was a $1.2 million in additional scholarship funds because of our General Merit Scholarship Program, which has been so successful in bringing in these large freshman classes. Payroll and related expenses are up $650,000 because of our pay raises we gave to faculty and staff this year. Professional fees are also up $400,000 because of the grant consulting package we've talked about. Housing, Wi-Fi contract, we needed to upgrade the Wi-Fi in the dorms, and our postage because of our mailings we're doing to recruiting. So overall, we're expecting to very closely match the budget that this board has approved last August, which is $98 million in revenues and $100 million in budgeted expenditures. This budget did require the use of $1.9 million in one-time funds to cover expenditures, so we do anticipate we will still need to be using that one-time money. But otherwise, we're really close to what we planned on doing.
Thank you. Before we discuss further, could I have a motion to accept these reports as presented?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 14-108, Investment Report. Should have previously received a copy of the second quarter 2014 investment report. Dr. Foley, please comment on this.
The investment report is the end of the quarter, so that is through end of February, not end of March like we just did the financial report, end of February. The end of quarter overall rate of return on our $43.2 million in cash holdings was 2.88%. The Texas A&M system pool earned in the one quarter $227,000 in interest and dividends for the quarter and had $800,000 in unrealized gain. So that was pretty good for a quarter. Last year, we budgeted for the entire year $200,000 in interest income. So in the one quarter, we earned more than we earned all of last year. So that was a pretty good result. Our American National Endowed Holdings was at $8.5 million, and it grew from $8.1 million at the end of October. So that was a 4.9% gain. Our Luther King Quasi Endowment Holding was at $11.5 million, and it grew from $11 million at the end of November, which is a 4.5% gain. So that's the synopsis of our investments.
Thank you. Could I have a motion to accept the report as presented?
Yes.
Thank you. A second. Is there any further discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 14-109, investment policy, operating funds. Changes to policy 4.182 are recommended for approval as shown in our agenda. Dr. Foley, once again, could you comment?
We made a slight change to this about a year ago when we first got the statute changed, but I went back and looked through it, and I noticed there was still a few more housekeeping items to take care of on this, and you can see the changes we made. Basically, the statute allows us to invest with another university system on our cash holdings. So we've added some more language, and then my title, the Vice President for Business Affairs and Finance, wasn't correct in here, so I fixed that too. So it's just some housekeeping.
Thank you, Dr. Foley. Yes, please.
Okay, I'll just ask you, no sidebar conversations. Could I have Dr. Foley explain for our new board members how our investment of cash that we hold was changed by the legislature? I think it's important. It just happened, and I think it would clarify what really we're talking about here.
Sure. The state statute required if you did not have $30 million in endowed funds, that all of your cash that you invest, not the endowed funds, but your cash holdings, had to be invested in very secure, very stable, safe investments. And of course, we know the climate right now is when you're in those kind of investments, we were getting less than 1%. And we usually hold anywhere between 25 and 30 million in cash. So that's tuition, fees, grant monies that come through, housing revenues, all kinds of revenues. So to get only less than 1% on $25 million was not very good. So we looked at it. The statute allows places like A&M, UT, UNT, Texas Tech, they can all invest their cash in a variety of things based on prudent person standards, which means you can invest in equities, alternatives, bond funds, all kinds of different things. So we went to the legislature and asked them if can we go ahead and just pool our money in with a system that has more than the $30 million in endowed funds. What that usually means is if you have a large cash holding and a large endowed fund, that you've got treasury staff that are managing that money and watching over it. And I guess the legislature in their wisdom thought if you don't have that, then you don't have staff that know what they're doing, so we're going to require you to put it in really safe, things that, you can't be cheated out of your money. So we got the legislature to change it. We went to all the systems in the state and asked, would you like our money? And we had Texas Tech, UNT, and A&M all say that yes, we would accept your cash and hold it for you and invest it with our own. When we looked at it, A&M really had the best match for what we were looking for. So Stephen F. Austin was another one that had the same issues we had, and so we and Stephen F. are investing with A&M now, and we're getting about 4 times the amount of return that we were getting previously on that money.
When I read that, I was really enamored by that. Is that something that is unique? Have other universities done the same thing?
Well, there's only, I'm thinking there's Stephen F., Texas Southern, TWU is doing their own. So just the 4 of us were the ones. TWU, I think, met the standard. They said they met the standard, although she did not realize that she could invest the money in other things besides like tech school and these really safe things. So Texas Southern wasn't interested, and like I said, Stephen F. and us went in with A&M, and so it's just been a real boom. And they've got $2 billion to invest in cash, so we're a little drop in the bucket. It was no big deal for them to take our money and allow us to be in the pool with them. So.
One other thing, Marilyn, when you mentioned $30 million in endowed funds, what are we counting as our endowed funds? We have endowments that we hold as a university, Midwestern State with the MSU Foundation, which is a totally independent 501c3, and then we have the MSU Trust.
Right. So neither of those count. We've got, like I said here, the American National is at 8.5, and Luther King's at 8.5. So we don't have 30 million, and it was 30 million as of a certain day too.
So our big endowed funds really are in the Midwestern State University Trust, which you all will be learning more about, and the Midwestern State University Foundation. You add those in, we would far exceed the 30 million, but you can't count
what the states look at
since they're independent. Okay.
So anyway, that was the solution.
Dr. Foley, thanks once again for searching all that out and pushing that through, and Debbie, thank you for your work down Austin on that. Before we discuss further, could I have a motion to approve these policy change as presented? A second.
Second.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Item 14-110, the university account signature authorization. As you recall, Chris Stovall became controller upon the retirement of Gail Ferguson. Ms. Linda Rose was promoted into the assistant controller position, needs to be added to the list of individuals authorized to sign on the university's bank accounts as shown in the agenda. Could I have a motion to authorize Ms. Rose as presented?
So moved.
A second? Is there any further discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Item 14-111, payment voucher authorization. The state of Texas requires that the Board of Regents authorize individuals to approve state vouchers for the university. The only changes from this current approval list is the addition of the assistant controller. Dr. Foley, please comment.
We're just updating our list with the our new controller and our assistant controller on the list.
Okay, thank you. Before we discuss further, could I have a motion to authorize the individual as presented? A second.
Second.
All right. Is there any further discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Item 14-112, Bank Depository and Pledge of Collateral Agreement. You will find a recommendation in your folder. In summary, the administration solicits proposals from financial institutions for banking services for the next 4 years. In response to the RFP, 2 proposals were received and reviewed. Following review of the proposals, the administration recommended that the university contract with Wells Fargo for banking services for a 4-year period beginning June 1st, 2014. Dr. Foley, please.
Right, we did a pretty, Chris Stovall did a pretty intense investigation of the two proposals we received, and overall Wells Fargo is giving us a better package with the amount of cash we have to keep in the account to get the account analysis fees lowered and or waived, which means we can put more cash in Texas A&M and earn more money. So overall, between that and the fees, the rate of all the different fees, Wells Fargo was more competitive. So we're recommending that we would go with Wells Fargo for our banking.
Thank you. Before we discuss further, could I have a motion to approve this recommendation?
So moved.
A second. Is there any discussions? Please.
Mike, I have 2 questions, and then I may have a comment. My 2 questions are, which other bank submitted a bid, and who is our current depository bank?
Our current bank is J.P. Morgan, and they were the other ones that supplied a proposal.
Okay, I'd like to make a comment before we set this in stone. It's been my experience auditing small governmental or small local governments in the area that have used Wells Fargo as their depository bank, that they have not been very forthcoming with information to the extent that they have actually changed their depository bank as a result. What I don't want to see happen is if Mike needs to make an audit procedure, needs information from the depository bank, that they're not forthcoming, he can't do his procedure as a result. So I would have that concern about Wells Fargo.
Thank you. Dr. Gibby?
Why were there only two? Why only two proposals?
Part of the reason is because of the collateralization requirements. These are public funds, and a lot of the community banks are priced out of that because they don't have the funds to collateralize our deposits. We keep a significant amount of cash on deposit, and they just can't be competitive with the larger banks.
How many RFPs did we send in?
Well, we just sent the one RFP out.
Yeah, we sent it out to all local institutions.
How many of them?
Probably a dozen.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Is J.P. Morgan and Wells Fargo the only two big banks in the area? I mean, just not local.
Probably Bank of America, right?
When we did it 4 years ago, we received 4 proposals. Just going back and looking, but I honestly don't.
Well, no, I'm curious because the collateralization issue is interesting because I know that has developed over the last 3 or 4 years, and if they're the only two that can take the money with the collateralization behind it, that's why I'm asking the question. I mean, I'd be curious to know why the other banks, if they could, I know why small community banks didn't propose, but others, okay. I think it's right that they're the only two. So,
We've also one with Citibank moving out of town, and then Bank of America, I think, is the only other federally chartered bank in this area.
There is a B of A here.
Yes.
Curious as to why they didn't propose. Doesn't matter.
I think I might have jumped the gun a little bit. Before we discuss further, could I have a motion to approve this recommendation?
I think you got a motion.
Yeah, I got that already. I've jumped on that. Great. Any other discussion?
Let me ask one more question
please.
to follow up mine. In our experience with J.P. Morgan, as we've needed information from them, have they been forthcoming?
We haven't had any problems with them.
Mike, what's the term of this contract?
4 years, I believe. Is that right, Dr. Sullivan?
Well, 4 years starting June 1st.
There's no procedure for early termination if for some reason you were dissatisfied?
No, there is.
There is?
Yes, there is.
What's the standards for that, do you know?
I don't know, Chris.
I have a full contract, but either party can terminate with notice the other party. I think it's 60 days, but I can check on that.
I will say there is a lot to changing a bank because we have a lot of electronic processes, and we have what's called TouchNet, which the students can go online and pay, and that company takes their credit card data but then forwards the information to our bank. So we have a lot of ins and outs in our banks. Our payroll's tied to the bank, ACH is tied. So it's a big long checklist of things we have to do to switch banks out. So we don't take it lightly switching a bank. You know, if we find that they aren't doing a good job, you know, we're going to be working with them very closely to make sure that they meet everything that we need. And we hadn't heard that about Wells Fargo, but we get monthly statements, we get CDs with all of our banking information on it. We have electronic access to our accounts, so I'd be curious to find out what it is with these smaller companies that they're not getting the information they need, because ours is pretty much all online and instantaneous.
How much difference was there in the benefits that Wells Fargo offered as opposed to J.P. Morgan?
I'll let Chris, because Chris really did the bulk of the analysis on that.
The primary difference was in what they call the earnings credit analysis, or the allowance rather. That waives the charges that we pay for services, and we're pretty high volume as far as what we run through the bank on a monthly basis. Wells Fargo came back with a 0.70% earnings credit allowance, and J.P. Morgan were only going to give us a quarter. We're currently earning 1%, but that was negotiated 4 years ago, so they were dropping it down to 75 basis points. So to to waive the same amount of service charges every month, we would have to keep on deposit close to $8 million if we kept JP Morgan. Whereas with Wells Fargo, we'd only have to keep on deposit an average of about $3 million. So it was a significant difference.
Can I make an observation here real quick? Because I think I hear exactly what you're saying, but I know a little bit about the banks here, and Wells has a very strong presence in Wichita Falls. And with that said, I think we're going to get attention. I mean, and to Kevin's point, if we have an out and we're not satisfied, we give notice and we leave. But I think if the pricing differential is as significant as you just described, we got to do this. We just have to. And just monitor the situation. I think their presence here, though, is so good and so big that we should pursue that. Absolutely should pursue that. I mean, I know some of the bankers over there, and they're good people. So I'm just making an observation. Yeah.
But since Jeff has raised such an issue, can we not make it formal that we would have a report back at the next meeting? Would it be 3 months as to the satisfaction?
Sure. The only issue with that is JP Morgan was gracious. Our previous depository contract expired in February, and we didn't get the information to the board in time to make a recommendation at that point. So they have extended that contract under the same terms and conditions we had in place graciously through May 31st.
No, I'm simply saying at the next board meeting, could we just make it a formal? Just tell us what's
just an update. Let us know how they're doing.
Sure.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Sure.
Okay. All right. All right. Any other discussions? All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Item 14-113, budget increases of $50,000 and under. 2 budget changes are presented in agenda documents for ratification. Dr. Rogers?
Yes, we have 2 unbudgeted, non-budgeted expenditures. I think they're valid. The very first one, that's the larger of the 2 expenditures, is just part of our continuing effort to clean up, fix up, and keep our student center looking good and functional for our students. You will notice on the left where it says title, that's really the source of funds. That's a one-time expenditure. From distance learning fees, and I think that's appropriate, the source of funds, our desire to learn software, which is part of our distance education teaching, the maintenance contract was raised on us. We couldn't have foreseen that. That will continue, but we've spent an extra $4,000 to meet that new cost, resulting in $51,000 expenditures. But again, one of them is a one-time expenditure. We have funds in appropriate categories to cover those expenditures, so I approve both of them.
Okay. Before we discuss further, could I have a motion to ratify these budget changes as presented?
So
a second?
Second.
Is there further discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Item 14-114 is review of personnel reports, salary, title, position change in the 2014 budget. Dr. Rogers, please.
We've tried to be very careful with the number of staff that we have, but we also have analyzed every request that we get for expansion. So we have a few following changes that were made in January, February, and March, as you said. Probably the most significant is that we have given Julie Gaynor an additional FTE. She really needed help. We're working Julie to death with the University Promotion Program. She does news releases. She is our face with public information. She really needed the help. We found an excellent person, so we've added a position to her office. I think you've encouraged to do so. We probably will be doing a significant more with promoting the university and getting its name out. So that's the most, I think, significant change that we have made. We've had such a large increase in applications to the university from high school students. Of course, we have to evaluate their transcripts. We were behind. I think we may have discussed this at the last board meeting. We were behind by a couple of weeks in reviewing transcripts and getting acceptances out. young people today are used to getting answers quickly. They don't like to wait that long, and we don't like to have them waiting that long. So we've given our admissions office some help by adding one more evaluator. It's really a good problem to have, to be covered with new applications of that size. And let's see. Facility services, 2 positions were reclassified. Marilyn has reorganized her offices in Kyle's area. We need to do that. We needed another engineer. So she reorganized her office such that a full-time degree engineer could be added to our staff. You can look at deferred maintenance in the projects that we have going that Kyle stands alone. And Marilyn said if something were to happen to Kyle, he has no backup. So she did a good job of reorganizing her office so that it will only cost us $8,900 per year and $5,900 for this academic year. Did I get that right? Yes. Save us. I'm sorry. There is parentheses there. I'm not used to seeing those. Additionally, we filled various open positions in our facility services. The people who left were replaced with new people at base salary, again saving us some funds. So the total change has been an increase in our budget of $9,500 per year, or $85.96 this year. So it's really been very minor changes. So we ask your approval or endorsement of those personnel changes.
Could I have a motion to ratify these items as presented? A second? Is further discussion? All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Item 14-115, new faculty and staff position, fiscal year 15. The administration recommends adding positions to the fiscal year 15 budget as shown in the agenda. Dr. Rogers, Dr. Stewart, please tell us.
Yeah, I'll let Betty do this. We're asking for this approval as we put together next year's budget. And we really, one of the changes we're asking for, and Betty will explain that, will be just a one-year change. So we're adding 2 people, 2 faculty positions to the upcoming budget. We need your approval to do that so they can be included in the budget. Betty, do you want to comment on it?
Yes, should we start with the first one, though, the athletic training?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
We are asking for an additional athletic trainer who will also teach in the academic program. We need an additional athletic trainer because we have inadequate staffing for the number of NCAA sports that we have. And so we would essentially be in violation of what we need as a university to participate in sports. Our athletic program is also growing, and so we need additional teaching in the classroom. So we're asking for the addition of a new line in athletic training, which will be both academic and support the athletic program. That's the first line that we're asking for. And that person would be the assistant head athletic trainer to assist our head athletic trainer with some of the additional duties that he has taken on over the years. The second position is really tied to the third position. Dr. Larry Williams, who has been at the university for 37 years, has given me notice that next year will be his last year. He has run our study abroad program for over 23 years. He will be very difficult to replace, but we have selected Dr. Michael Mills to be his replacement. Dr. Williams will go back to the Department of Sociology and teach only in his final year, and Dr. Mills will become the director of our study abroad program. So we would like a 1-year salary for Dr. Williams in the Department of Sociology, and we would like to add as a staff a 12-month staff position, Dr. Michael Mills, to run our study abroad program.
So after Williams retires, we'll drop to one.
We won't have the sociology position, so this is a 1-year position.
Overlap.
Because Larry has been primarily staff, and so he's going to go back full-time faculty for just 1 year, and retire out of the faculty.
We ask your approval of that so we can include it in the coming budget.
Could I have a motion to authorize these positions as presented?
So moved.
A second. Is there further discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Items 114, 116, and item 14-117, waivers of fees. These items have been removed from your agenda. However, I'd like to just comment on the Shepherd Air Force Base. I would like the administration to look at possibly waiving these fees and maybe bring us back a report at the next board meeting, how we can do this to be able to allow the students out there. I think these are fees that are like our recreation fees and all that they would never use anyway. So if the administrator could bring that to us, I appreciate that.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that.
Thank
And
you.
basically, I think you know all what we're trying to do. There's really some excellent potential students at Shepherd Air Force Base who would like to get an MBA degree from an accredited school, and we would like to make it possible, encourage them to come here to go to graduate school and sort of to get that process started. So I think if you do that, we're going to have more coming. So we want to do something to make it attractive for. There are a lot of people out there, graduates of the United States Air Force Academy. We'd love to have them in our graduate program, and they'd like to be in it, so we want to make it possible. We'll work on a way of trying to handle it.
So I'd like to add to what Mike just said, though. I really want to know what other universities with military facilities around them are doing, because I know of a couple that are doing some things than others that aren't. So I'm very curious about what others are doing, and we should actually look at that. So it's part of the process.
Reimbursement of active duty military is really a very tricky thing because of their rules. If you call something a fee, they will not reimburse for a fee. State universities charge fees. Private schools typically will charge just tuition, and that's what they will reimburse. So we do need to find some system to encourage these people to come, but we'll have to work around reimbursement rules as well as our fees that only you all can waive. So we'll work on something, have a recommendation for you, though. But Sean is correct. It's really an issue in higher education.
Dr. Stanball, who's a retired colonel, or lieutenant colonel, I guess is, that teaches in business school, has commented, he calls it the breadcrumb, that once you get one of them start coming, the rest will start following. So I think it's a great source of possibly new students into the university.
Yeah, particularly since we've reorganized our MBA program to have only 6 hours of leveling work. I think it would be very attractive to some potentially excellent students that are stationed.
I agree. Mr. Chair, that concludes the business of finance.
Fantastic. Thank you. Mr. Sanchez, Audit, Compliance, and Management Review Committee.
Thank you, Chairman. Asking the Audit, Compliance, and Management Review Committee will now come to order. Members of the committee joining me today are Ms. Burks, Mr. Gregg, and Ms. Marks. First item, 14-118, is approval of the minutes of the committee meeting held February 13, 2014. Are there any additions, corrections? If not, they stand approved as presented. Item 14-119, potential conflict of interest of Regent. Last year, as a part of our SACS accreditation, we established a procedure whereby each Regent, other than the student Regent, would confirm in writing each year that they'd receive copies of the state and university ethics policies and had filed a personal financial statement with the Texas Ethics Commission. The acknowledgement form is in each of your folders for your signature. Please give this form to Debbie at your convenience or she will hunt you down. Additionally, does anyone wish to disclose any new potential conflicts of interest? If not, no further action is required. Item 14-120 is a report on audit activities and the approval of the audit plan for the remainder of this fiscal year. Mike, will you please give us an update and present your plan?
Yes. Mr. Chairman, committee members, I would like to quickly bring you up to date regarding the Office of the Internal Audit. Included in your board package, you may have noticed that there was a fiscal year 2014 remaining of your audit plan. And you will be asked to approve this later on. Included in this remaining of your audit plan are two primary objectives. The first is required by the Institute of Internal Auditors, and this is an assessment, internal assessment of our department, and you are required to do this to periodically to meet the guidelines of IIA. And included in this assessment is a review of internal audit charter, questionnaires completed by operating and supporting unit managers, and management feedback in preparation for peer review, which is also a requirement every 5 years. The second item is the Public Funds Investment Act. We are required every 2 years to provide an audit to the state auditor's office. This internally prepared audit provides assurance regarding the investments of our public funds, and we will conduct this audit as of the end of fiscal year 2013. We'll complete this audit by the end of this fiscal year. That will bring us up to date. The remaining available hours that are on this remainder of your audit plan are consumed by the state of Texas required audits or admin, training, and leave time. In addition to this, I would just like to make the committee and the board aware that the compliance, what we do involves a lot of things, but one of the major ones that is really gaining ground in consuming resources now is compliance. You're managing risk at a much higher university-wide level. You're assessing risk, and you're allocating limited resources on a risk-based approach. The compliance landscape in higher ed has gotten burdensome and more complex with each year. And in an effort to address the complexity in the compliance environment, we improved our responsiveness here at MSU regarding our compliance programs. The University Administration has decided to form a University Compliance Committee. Barry Mockett, Chris Stovall, and myself have been tasked with forming this committee. The University Compliance Committee would report directly to the Audit, Compliance, and Management Review Committee of the Board of Regents. The purpose of this committee would be to provide a venue for management level personnel who are responsible for areas of compliance to determine the best use of university resources regarding our compliance. It is the administration's goal to be proactive and forward-looking to eliminate possibilities of non-compliance on a university-wide basis. We believe this committee will be instrumental toward this end. In light of this new compliance committee, management is considering proposing a future name change at a later date of the Office of Internal Audit. This proposal, just for your consideration ahead of time, would be to change the internal audit to the Audit Services and Compliance Department. So this name change would be proposed at a future date. Are there any questions?
Before we get to questions on Mike's presentation, thank you very much. Can I have a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or questions for Mike on his presentation? If not, thank you.
Thank you to the board.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 14-121, Contract Management Activities and Contract Authorization Policy. Barry, please tell us about our contract management activities and explain the recommended policy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the past quarter, January through April, we processed approximately 97 contracts, average to 24 a month. Last year, to give you an idea, 2013, we processed 426 contracts, or about an average of 36 a month. So, also advised that in February 27th, Steve Shelley and I, Steve's the director of the Purchasing Contract Management Office. He and I put on training at Dr. Fly. She has an account managers group meeting, and we provided contract management training for 40, 50 attendees. So it's good to further acquainted with policy and procedures. Then with respect to the attachments 14-121, the background for the new Regents, in 2012 we had an extensive amendment of our approval and execution of university contract with 2.24 of policy and procedures manual. It was a very extensive modification, and part of that we're tasked to do every year is to review that and make any further necessary changes. And so that's what the attachment is, 14-121. We've gone through and made slight tweaks to that policy to further reflect really the policy, the procedures that we actually do follow as far as who signs off on the approvals of the contracts. We also added for Dr. Fallet to sign delegations of signature authority. Currently, only Dr. Rogers can do that, but we're adding her to allow that to happen. But again, that's just a minor tweaks of the extensive modifications we made back in 2012. And the reason we did that, again, for Nancy and Kevin, is back before we did that, everybody, we had different people signing contracts. We didn't know where the contracts were, and so this policy change established a repository so that all the contracts on the campus have to go through the central repository and maintained. And so that's been a very positive change. And so this provision, these changes to the policy are just, again, slight tweaks to the actual procedures that we use. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have.
Well, can I have a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? I just have one question. Why articulation?
The articulation agreement.
And why do we open them up to all the vice presidents?
Because it may fall into a different college or may come into under their purview.
And but those would all still come to you first, right?
So they come to me eventually. I still would have to review them.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the business to come before the...
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Okay, Committee of the Whole will now reconvene. The Board of Regents will go into executive session to discuss items 14-102, emeritus status, 14-103, faculty promotions, 14-104, faculty tenure, 1486AB, deliberations regarding real property, 1486AC, deliberations regarding a prospective gift or donation, item 1486AD, personnel matters, as allowed by Texas Government Code sections 551.072, 551.073, and 551.074. And for the record, today is May 8, 2014. The time is, you got it?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Rogers, Vice President, Mr. Maka, Ms. Barrow, may remain for discussion. Please stop the webcast.
Yeah. Okay, we're good.
Let's
It's a
go.
large group, so we'll meet in the
Okay.
next student's dining room. Otherwise, we will have dinner.
Clark.
Yes.
Yeah. But
Okay, we're back on the
Okay,
web.
we're back. We're now reconvened.
We're meeting in the student center tonight. We're eating in the student center tonight. Normally we eat at the president's home.
Okay.
Closed session is now complete. The only items discussed are the items announced, and no votes were taken. We are now back in open session, and will return to the Personnel and Curriculum Committee. Dr. Gibbons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do need to return to item 14-102, the emeritus status. Is there a motion concerning this item?
Mr. Chairman, I recommend the following individuals be granted emeritus status upon their retirement. Ms. Carol Collins, Assistant Professor of Nursing, 21 years. Dr. Kurt Harlow, Associate Professor of Health and Public Administration, 10 years. Dr. Bob Harmel, Professor of Economics, 31 years. Mr. Danny Matthews, Assistant Professor of Accounting, 14 years. Dr. Jane Owen, Associate Professor of Educational Leadership, 10 years. And Roy Patton, Professor of Finance, 22 years. And Dr. Michael Preda, Professor of Political Science, 38 years.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. We move to item 14-103, faculty promotions. Is there a motion concerning this item?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I recommend the following individuals for promotion from the rank of instructor to assistant professor: Pamela Moss, Master's in Education and Academic Success Center. From the rank of assistant professor to associate professor: Betty Bowles, Ph.D. in Nursing; Jacqueline Dunn, Ph.D. in Physics; Nathan June, Ph.D. in Philosophy; James Masuka, Ph.D. in Biology; Jeffrey Stombaugh, Ph.D. in Management. And from the rank of associate professor to professor: James Johnston, Ph.D. in Radiologic Sciences, and Beth Valet, Ph.D. Radiologic Sciences.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Item 14-104 is faculty tenure. Is there a motion concerning this item?
Mr. Chairman, I recommend the following individuals be granted tenure: Jeremy Duff, Ph.D. Political Science; Jacqueline Dunn, Ph.D. Physics; Kristen Garrison, Ph.D. English; Susan Harvey, DMA Music; James Masuka, Ph.D. Biology; Victoria Sanders, MSRS Radiological Sciences; Tiffany Stewart, Ph.D. Counseling and Education; and Martin Camacho Zabaleta, DMA Music.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the business of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Dr. Gibbons. Is there any other action forthcoming from the executive session? If not, that concludes our meeting today, and I thank you for your participation and your stick-to-itiveness. I look forward to seeing you in the Clark Student Center for dinner. Our meeting will resume at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. This meeting is adjourned. Hey, Sam. That's your show. Good morning. This meeting is now called to order. Ms. Gaynor, will you introduce our visitors? Thank you.
Good morning. I'll start over here. I'll go ahead. I'm going to let Matt turn it off.
The back of my
car. This is Matthew Clark. He's our Associate Vice President for Student Affairs and Dean of Students. Over here we have Barry Maka, our General Counsel; Mike Taylor, our Internal Auditor; Chris Stovall, Controller; Valerie Maxwell, Director of Budget and Management. Back here in this corner we have Charlie Clark, Director of Athletics; Dr. David Carlson, he's Chair of the Faculty Senate; Dirk Welch, he's Chair of the Staff Senate; Dr. Deborah Garrison, she's Associate Vice President for Academic Affairs and Dean of the Graduate School; Ann Work is a reporter for the Tom's Record News; and Don Fisher is our Director of Human Resources.
Thank you. So welcome to everyone again. Thank you for your participation in our committee meetings yesterday. It was a long day. I think we got a lot accomplished, but again, thank you for that. I forgot to mention this yesterday. Somebody brought this up, but the Student Government's Water Conservation Project is the inspiration for this, and they provided these water bottles. So thanks to the SGA. Are they here today?
Oh, but Matthew will tell them.
Okay. Will you tell them? Because I forgot to say something yesterday, and I apologize. So anyway, thanks for that. Before we begin today, I want to acknowledge Shelby Davis. Shelby, this is your final board meeting. And we want to thank you for your service. I mean, you have been an invaluable piece of this board for the last year. We don't make enough accolades for you guys. I mean, we really don't, because your input is right on the front lines of what we're trying to accomplish here. So, again, thank you. I do have a couple things here I want people to know about Shelby. Last month at the honors banquet, she was named the Outstanding Mass Comm Student and also MSU Woman of the Year. So, congratulations. So you graduated in December, right?
Mm-hmm.
What are your plans?
Haven't really decided yet. We'll see. I'll get married in June, and then I guess we'll kind of decide where we want to go, or if we want to stay here, or what the plans are.
So you get married this June?
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. Fantastic. All right. Is your fiance a student here at Midwestern State University?
He is not.
Okay. All right. Good enough. Well, fantastic. We really are happy you've served and you've done a fantastic job.
Thank you.
So
I really
thank you. Okay, we provide an opportunity for public comment concerning agenda items at the beginning of each meeting. It appears no one has signed up to speak, and we will move on. We'll take items 14, 122, and 123 together. These are the approval of the minutes of the February 13th and 14th board meetings. Are there any additions or corrections? If not, they will stand approved as presented. We'll now move on to the consent agendas. The executive committee met yesterday, and our report is as follows. Item presented for committee approval only, 1487, committee minutes. Item presented for information only, 1488, campus master plan and construction update. Items approved by committee and placed on the consent agenda, 1489, capital expenditure plan, NP1 report, fiscal 2015 through 2019 approved plan as presented. 1490, football offices. Authorize that the football offices be relocated to a portion of the Christ Academy building at a cost of $350,000 as presented. Item 1491, legislative appropriation request. Authorize the administration to develop 2 exceptional item requests as presented for inclusion in the university's LAR. 1492, holiday schedules for staff employees 2014-2015. Approve the schedules as presented. And 1493, naming of university facilities. Authorize naming the chapel that is currently part of the Christ Academy facilities, the Burns Chapel, and naming the remainder of the Christ Academy facilities the West Campus Annex. I recommend approval of this consent agenda as presented. Would anyone like to remove any item from the consent agenda for further discussion? If not, do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Dr. Gibbons, please present the Academic and Student Affairs Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Academic and Student Affairs Committee met yesterday. Our report is as follows. One item was presented for committee approval only. That was 14-94, the committee minutes. 4 items were presented for information only. 14-95, the faculty report. 14-96, the staff report. 14-97, the student government report. 14-98, the athletics report. The following items were approved by the committee and are placed now on the consent agenda. 14-99 was the May 2014 graduating class. Approved the list of candidates for graduation. 14-100 was an academic department name change. Authorized changing the name of the Department of English to the Department of English, Humanities, and Philosophy. 14-101 was MSU Policies and Procedures manual changes. Approved changes to the policies noted below as presented. A was policy 2.333, graduate coordinator duties. B was policy 3.112, faculty hiring procedures. C was policy 3.120, faculty tenure and promotion policy. D was policy 3.348, employment of foreign nationals. Item 14-102 was the emeritus status. We approved emeritus status for the following individuals. Ms. Carol Collins, Assistant Professor of Nursing, 21 years. Dr. Kirk Harlow, Associate Professor of Health and Public Administration, 10 years. Mr. Bob Harmel, Professor of Economics, 31 years. Mr. Danny Matthews, Assistant Professor of Accounting, 14 years. Dr. Jane Owen, Assistant Professor of Educational Leadership, 10 years. Dr. Roy Patton, Professor of Finance, 22 years. Dr. Michael Prada, Professor of Political Science, 38 years. Item 14-103 was faculty promotions. The committee approved the following promotions: from the rank of instructor to assistant professor: Pamela Moss, Master of Education, Academic Success Center. From the rank of assistant professor to associate professor: Betty Bowles, PhD Nursing; Jacqueline Dunn, PhD Physics; Nathan Yoon, PhD Philosophy; James Masuka, PhD Biology; Jeffrey Stombaugh, PhD Management. And from the rank of associate professor to professor: James Johnston, PhD Radiologic Sciences; Beth Ville, PhD Radiologic Sciences. Item 14-104 was faculty tenure. Approved granting tenure to the following faculty: Jeffrey Duff, PhD Political Science; Jacqueline Dunn, Ph.D. Physics, Kristen Garrison, Ph.D. English, Susan Harvey, D.M.A. Music, James Masuka, Ph.D. Biology, Victoria Sanders, MSRS, Radiologic Science, Tiffany Stewart, Ph.D. Counseling Education, Martine Camacho Zavaleta, D.M.A. in Music. Chairman Hesse, I recommend approval of this consent agenda items as presented.
Thank you, Dr. Gibbs. Would anyone like to remove items from the consent agenda for further discussion? If not, the committee chair has recommended approval. Do I hear a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Mr. Bernhardt, please present the Finance Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Finance Committee met yesterday, and our report is as follows. Item present for committee approval only, 14-105, the committee minutes. Item presented for information only, 14-106, summary of financial support. Items removed from the agenda, 14-116, waiver of fees, study abroad program, and 14-117, waiver of fees, Shepherd Air Force Base, military personnel, graduate students. Items approved by committee and placed on the consent agenda, 14-107, financial report, accepted the monthly financial reports for January through March 2014. 14-108, the investment report, accepted the second quarter 2014 investment report. Item 14-109, investment policy, operating funds, authorize and change to policy 4.182 as presented. 14-110, university accounts, signature authorization, authorize the addition of Linda Rose, assistant controller, to the list of the individuals authorized to sign on the university's bank accounts. Item 14-111, payment voucher authorization, authorize individuals to approve payment vouchers for the university as presented. 14-112, bank depository and pledge of collateral agreements, authorize the administration to contract with Wells Fargo for bank depositories, collection collateral services, and custodial safekeeping service for the 4-year period beginning May 1st, 2014. Item 14-113, fiscal year 2014, items 50,000 under, ratify the budget changes as presented. 14-114, personnel report and changes in 2013-2014 budget, ratifying the changes as presented. 14-115, new faculty and staff position. Fiscal year 15, authorizing the addition of faculty and staff positions as presented in the agenda. Chairman Hessen, I recommend the approval for the consent item agenda as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Bernhardt. Would anyone like to remove items from the consent agenda for further discussion? If not, the committee chair has recommended approval. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Mr. Sanchez, please present the Audit Compliance and Management Review Committee report.
Thank you, Chairman Hanson. The Audit Compliance and Management Committee met yesterday, and our report is as follows. Items presented for committee approval only, 14-118, committee minutes. Item presented for information only, 14-119, potential conflict of interest of Regent. Items approved by committee and placed on consent agenda, 14-120, audit activities and audit plan. Approve the audit plan for the remainder of the 2014 fiscal year as presented. 14-121, contract management activities and contract policy change. We authorize the change to policy 2.24 as presented. Chairman Hesse and I recommend approval of these consent agenda items as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Would anyone like to remove items from the consent agenda for further discussion? If not, the committee chair has recommended approval. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 14-124, the President's Report. Dr. Rogers.
Okay. It's really, it's titled Update on Strategic Planning Goals at Regents University. And I guess we'll let Keith go with the student profile after I finish, okay?
All right.
All right. That's a tall order. I will try to be brief, but I hope it will be meaningful. And let me start by pointing out that we have done a lot of planning and a lot of work on this actual structure of this campus. You have to have that so our faculty and our staff can do their job, so our students will be in facilities that will allow our faculty to do what they're here to do. And I'm very proud of the progress on that. So that's our building master plan. We will put all of the detail in that, and we'll publish it, and it will be a guideline for future boards to follow, and I certainly believe they will. I'm very proud of what we've done there. Let's not forget, though, that it is probably even more important, certainly as important, that we have a strategic plan for the entirety of the university that revolves around our faculty and staff and our students and our academic plan. I can't cover all of that, but let me point out a couple of things. We have a draft strategic plan for the future of the university out now for comment. I believe you have a copy on that, and I've received a couple of, I believe you have that, and I've received a couple of comments on it. We've made a couple of changes, and that's what it's for. So I encourage, we've also presented that to the deans to present to the faculty and the department chairs. If I could, I think it's important that I go over the goals that are in that strategic plan, and certainly hope you agree with these goals and you will comment on them. Goal 1, and these are not necessarily in priority order, but I will say this is goal 1 for the university, and that is increase the enrollment and enhance the student experience. And what that means is we recruit qualified students who can do collegiate work at MSU and give them a learning experience here that will keep them here. It's retention. That is an integral part of increasing our enrollment. Now, the next one is something that every university ought to have as a target, as a goal, and that's to strengthen our academic quality and reputation. That no way says that we have a problem there. I'm extremely proud of where we are, the faculty, what we teach, the rigor of the university, but we should always be moving forward with that goal. Goal 3 is to expand, diversify, and maximize the university resources. And I think, in short, that is to use our resources well, distribute them fairly after considerable thought, so that our faculty, again, can do the job with their students. It also means that we need to provide student services that will keep students here and help them academically. Number 4 should be a goal of every university, and it's certainly one of ours, and that is to recruit and retain highly qualified faculty and staff. We are in the progress of doing that. I have commented on that several times, and I believe the recommendations that were made yesterday for the promotion of our faculty and for the tenuring of some faculty is in line with that goal. I'm very proud of the young faculty that we have brought into the university. They are our future. And finally, goal 5 is to increase the university's visibility and enhance outreach and engagement with our constituencies, both locally, regionally, and state communities. Midwestern is a better known university than we think. I've commented on that. All you have to do is go to Austin and find out how well known we are, what we do, and how well we do it. But we certainly have found out through our recruiting efforts that we need to make every effort that we can to give students the opportunity of attending a great university and to let them know about it. So I think that really covers everything that we need to do to enhance this university and continue its growth and improvement of its quality. Now let me break this down into just a few points that are on my mind. I certainly can't cover everything, but I think it will give you an idea of the detail that's embedded in those 5 goals. Let me comment on Council of Public Liberal Arts Colleges again. I encourage you as a board, and I tell you that the administration and faculty of this university, in my opinion, support the goals and mission of the Council of Public Liberal Arts Colleges. That council is growing. It has given us some real opportunities to interact with students from throughout the United States, and I think that's extremely important. Specifically, even programming that COPLAC has for our faculty and their goals of enhancing undergraduate research and so forth are parallel to ours. COPLAC is searching for perhaps a better, more descriptive name because I think the public liberal arts confuses some people. We've discussed that here. I think your questions about it have been good. All COPLAC schools have professional colleges, And certainly we're going to see students moving into professional colleges. But the goals and missions of COPLAC really define what it is. And if you have to look at that. It's more of an attitude and about your students and what you're going to do with your students and what you're going to teach them, whether they're in engineering or whether they're in psychology or a humanities program. I think we stay with COPLAC. It's a growing organization that's getting recognition. More and more universities are trying to join that organization. It gives us identity throughout the United States. We will probably see a continuing shift of majors into our professional schools, but if that happens, we're going to see growth in the university, and we're going to see growth in the humanities and the sciences and the fine arts, because they underwrite a great education for the students in the professional areas. So we will not see a shift away from the number of students in those colleges that are primarily responsible for the core curriculum. Let me comment on the core curriculum. We've been handed a new outline for a core curriculum. There's reasons that the state has done that. We all can find something about that core curriculum that we don't like, but it also opens the door to some opportunities that perhaps we haven't had before, and that is for us to search, as really all higher education is today, as to what is the best core curriculum and learning for the 21st centuries. As I've said, things change. Technology's had a huge effect on what we know, how our knowledge base expands, and how we do things. So the core curriculum of today, that it better prepares students for long-term participation in our economy, is different than it was 50 years ago when I was in college. Now, I'm not going to just talk about the sciences, but a few thoughts do come to mind about our College of Sciences, and sciences taught at Midwestern State University. That college has always been one of the real prides of this university. I'm proud to have been associated with that college, and I'm proud of where it's going now. I think Dr. Stewart would agree with me that what we do, what we emphasize, and what we teach in the sciences is changing, and I've mentioned this to you before. Look at our physicists over here and this physical chemist sitting here, and I don't mean that we're not going to be relevant in the future, but I will tell you what we know about DNA and what we do with DNA, and you all see the news about that. Really, is just the tip of the iceberg, and shows you that the great interest in the sciences is in the area of molecular biology, and we need to gear our laboratories and our curriculum and so forth to prepare for the great interest in that area. It will help our growth, it'll help our reputation, it'll help our students. All of the other sciences need to be prepared to underwrite the education of those students. We need in the future to move forward with our new petroleum, or revitalized petroleum geology program. We have discussed, and I think Dr. Stewart will be pursuing a master's degree, perhaps a really innovative master's degree to prepare petroleum geologists. It's hard to do that in just 4 years, so that's something that the academic community and the College of Sciences will be dealing with. We need a plan to always upgrade our laboratories equipment, and it's a constant challenge to do so. Equipment used in the science today, like in engineering and other areas, is expensive, and we need to be able to plan to continually update that equipment. College of Health Sciences. I was here for the starting of that college. I can't imagine what this university would be without that college. It is now the university's largest college. I think it's on the cutting edge of what's happening to our society, our population, this country. We know that what the demographics are doing in terms of driving the need for people in the health sciences, not just doctors, but all areas. We're going to see continuing growth. I'm very pleased at where we are in our College of Health Sciences. The recent gift to that college has assisted the administration in that college in making some real improvements. I'm very pleased with the new dean that we have and the leadership that's in that college. Its future is very bright. In our College of Business, I too am pleased that we had a dean right here in our faculty. He will provide leadership for that college for some years to come. And I believe that his faculty and the work that they're doing on the MBA, by putting it online for people who need to, who really are in a position to take programs online, should be able to. We're making great progress. In fact, they're moving faster than Dr. Clark and I even knew that they are. It's about half of it's online now. I think also the idea of putting or having an MBA structured with the concentrations in health administration and in energy management is also very futuristic, and it's going to set us apart. It's going to attract students. Engineering will continue to grow. In my estimate, our biggest problem there will be maintaining enough facilities and staying current with the equipment and finding faculty to handle the students that will be coming into that program. Student academic services, it's a big criteria in our accreditation. We need to be in a position to provide more tutoring and more services in that area. All students need that. We're a university of the size that should be able to and should provide great out of classroom support for our students. And that's something that we need to emphasize and that this board and future boards will be hearing about. You all know that the demographics of this region of Texas and of Wichita Falls and this area has shifted such that we are rapidly becoming a residential campus, a geographically diverse campus. And I think that is certainly good. I think it's great for this university, but it's going to require certainly a lot of thought about campus housing and our ability to keep students on campus and provide those students the services that they need. So that's something this board will be dealing with, I think, for a long time, and we need to deal with it right now, and we're getting ready to do so. Athletics. The Lone Star Conference needs expanding, and it will expand. The presidents are working on that. There's some future additions of very high-quality schools to the Lone Star Conference to help us with our scheduling and lift its visibility in this country. I have pointed out it is the oldest continuing conference at any level in the United States, and it has a core of great schools that match up well for good athletic competition. We're going to have to work hard to stay at the top of that conference. I'm very proud we're there. It brings attention to the university, and I believe that athletics, as our chairman expressed yesterday, is in the right perspective, is a way of developing young people, men and women, and attracting them to the university and giving the university pride and visibility. In order to continue that, we must look at the athletic facilities. We know that we're going to have to look for turf fields and space for practice and the expansion. I have recommended to you that we continue looking at baseball as a sport. It's still America's game, and it will attract students, and it's fun, and it's good for the young people who play it. Yes, I love baseball. We also will, again, need to look at our facilities very carefully here and plan for the long-term future in athletics. Last thing I want to mention is the funding of Midwestern State University. In the short to medium term, there's really one answer to that. Maybe two, but there's one answer to that, and that's growth of the university. We're seeing that our growth has turned around. Considering that our students pay about 60% of the cost of their education here, it is critical that Midwestern State set goals and that Midwestern State grows, and we are doing that. As far as funding goes, I do believe that we are fortunate to be in a state that has an expanding economy. Our natural resources put us in a special position. With the growth, we will also receive increasing state appropriations through the formula. And as I said yesterday, the future of funding universities in the United States has been discussed by every university and every legislature, and I believe that enhancement funding based on our success will be part of our funding in the future. and it's going to be probably based on very straightforward criteria, or as they say, metrics, and that is probably the percentage of students that we take in and the percentage of students that we graduate. So that is something we definitely need to pay attention to. I have one last thing to say, and I've written this down so I get it right. I'll put it out formally. And Mr. Chairman, if I could, I want to tell you that I plan to retire on August the 31st, 2015, or such date. This is to help this board. Thereafter, that MSU Board of Regents has announced my successor, and he or she has taken office. So I wanted to give you a date. I think that's proper. Much remains to be done over the next 15 months, including planning for the 84th legislative session in Austin, and that will begin next January. Our building plan, to a large extent, it depends on the legislature and our success with the legislature in putting that plan forth in a very reasonable and understandable and well-justified way. On a personal level, I'll say that by the time I retire, I will have spent 48 years at Midwestern. I believe that I'll be able to say then and what I'm going to say now, and that is that they have all been good years. They brought me a great deal of satisfaction, both professionally and personally. And over the decades, this university's made significant advances, and I've been pleased to have been present here to witness them. As far as the future, I guess my future, I look forward to a more flexible schedule now, and to pursuing interest long on hold, okay? And I will probably continue to be involved in higher education in one form or another after my retirement, and I thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jesse. You know, I tell you, a lot of people in this room know Jesse was my very first faculty advisor at this university. For me to sit here and hear him say these things is kind of a big deal for me. And Jesse has been, and you guys can say whatever you want, but this guy has been what we've needed at this university. And the last however many years he served as president, he has been the perfect solution. We have our hands full trying to figure out what's next. So, Jesse, thank you.
Thank you.
Your time here has been 48 years. 48. I'm not even. Well, yeah, I am. So, thank you.
Thank you. It goes without saying how much I appreciate this board and the boards that I've worked with and the boards that I watched Lou Rodriguez work with. You've been a real strength. The stability that this university's had with its boards and with its leadership has been a real strength and the underlying part of the growth of the quality and reputation of this university. So I thank you all.
Okay. And with that,
Keith gets to
Keith, I understand you have a presentation, or you just want to bag it. Go ahead.
I think I'll just bag it.
Go ahead.
May I make a comment before you?
Absolutely.
Maybe it'll break the ice for but when you were talking, Dr. Rogers, about the sciences, something kind of came to mind for me. And what I do as a profession, but I was curious about whether or not the university has ever given any thought to the forensic sciences. And the reason I say that is because the number of chemists and scientists needed in that area has grown exponentially just since I've been doing what I do. And I think you know in the last legislative session they passed the Michael Morton Act. And as a result of that, the discovery rules have changed, and there's a lot of testing that's going to have to be done before cases can be resolved. And so I think there's going to be an increase in the need in that area.
Not to get too philosophical, but good science and what science has done touches everything. And in your area, it has certainly touched the criminal justice system in a great way that we all know about. And we have not prepared people in the forensic sciences, enough of them, to keep up with our knowledge in that area. I want Betty to address this, because really underlying my remarks is the fact that people trained in those areas that I'm talking about that's got such great potential and growth, it will be the forensic sciences. Betty?
I agree, Tiffany. The need to develop our curriculum more in the molecular sciences will lead to the support of the criminal justice area, particularly in genomics, proteomics, which will allow us to work with very small samples and allow us to identify. So we are moving in that direction in terms of what we're looking for in our biologists as well as our biochemists and molecular biologists. We do offer on occasion a course in forensic science. We've offered camps in forensic sciences, and I see us moving in that direction in the future. The molecular sciences are where we want to go. The analytical sciences, we have in place a very strong analytical program, so I think that'll help us to contribute to the workforce and to the needs, particularly in your area.
Okay, thank you.
And there's a great deal of student interest in it. I mean, the publicity that it's gotten as related to the criminal justice system has been extensive, as you well know. That catches students' eyes, and I think it's good. Physics has been expanded by our interest in what's going on in CERN. Even popular science that we read about with little understanding of how complex that is, I think then we would understand it. We need more young people to take pride in the fact and the interest in the sciences, and I think the kind of visibility that comes in the criminal sciences, our search for the Bose-Mason? Has caught a lot of attention. I'm sorry, the Higgs boson. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I don't even know how to spell it. But I'll just make one more last comment. Yeah, we all have influence. Jesse has influenced us, not on the university, but each of us on this board, and I think we've all touched him a little bit. But I have also, hopefully, I can influence in the future that I have a position for him in one of my companies. He grew up doing as a machinist. And I have a machine out there with his name on it. So you do have a job here.
Thank you. That's comforting.
Yeah, right.
And he's right. That's where I did start. My first real job was as a machinist with Hughes Tool and Die. I was raised by a father who went through the Depression, and I wanted to take art and languages and so forth, and his greatest concern was that I be in a position to get a job, and you can understand his position if you knew him. So I took lathe work and welding and machining and so forth, and enjoyed it very much, along with the college preparatory program. We never know where we're going to end up.
So you have an opportunity to come full circle now.
Yes, I have. That's true. Yeah.
Dr. Lamb.
All right.
Have at it.
Good morning. How's everyone?
Good.
Whatever you think on the lights, it's just fine with me.
That's fine.
Okay, that's fine. That's probably best. So, with your support and specifically with the funding that this board has provided over the last 2 years in particular in recruiting efforts for larger incoming classes, we thought it would be appropriate to show you all what the first larger class looks like and what your support and the resources you allocated went to. And some of you have seen variants of this presentation before, and for those of you that have, I apologize. It is no less boring today than it was the first time that you saw it. But this fall, as most of you all are aware, we had a beginning freshman class of 817 students. Over the last 20 years, that is the largest class that we've had in 20 years, incoming freshman class that we've had in 20 years. Our records really don't go back far enough as far as specifically tracking the beginning freshman class. And so the assumption is it's the largest one we've ever had just because of the size of the institution 20 years ago, but we can't confirm that. But this class looks like our overall Midwestern population. Here at Midwestern, we're 60% female. This class is 56% female, 44% male. And this is interesting and expected, really. Traditional age, about 90, what does that add up to? About 98% roughly of our class is traditional college age, from 17 to 19, or traditional beginning freshman age, right out of high school. So this is a very heavy traditional looking class. This was interesting. Of this beginning freshman class, race, ethnicity, about 55%, 56% white, 20% Hispanic, which was very a pleasant surprise to us given the state's focus on increasing Hispanic access and completion of college. So we need to work on the completion part. And about 15% Black or African American. Now, if you compare this to Wichita County, okay, Midwestern here is maroon, Wichita County is gold, and Texas as a whole is green. Our beginning freshman class is more Hispanic than Wichita County, but less so than Texas. More Black and African American than Wichita County and Texas. Less white than Wichita County, but more so than Texas. And then these other ones are fairly even, less Asian, more multiracial. So we're very pleased with the diversity of this class. It's certainly more diverse than the local area in which we live. Where are these students from? Well, this is 37%. So 37% are from Dallas-Fort Worth. Right? Yeah, big numbers from Dallas-Fort Worth, which is what we thought we needed to do to grow, is to go down there. So 37% from Dallas-Fort Worth, about 25% from Wichita County, about 9% from this Region 9 area. And so Dallas-Fort Worth, we have more students from Dallas-Fort Worth than Wichita County and Region 9, our area, combined. This was a pleasant surprise. Houston, we did not search Houston. We hit about 5% from the Houston area. So we searched Houston this year. And no surprise, being a residential population, most of the incoming class were registered as full-time students in the fall. Okay, high school class ranking. You see over the last several years from the different percentiles of the high school classes. This year we were down in the percentage of this class that was from the top 10%. Now I will tell you these are percentages. Head count, we were up in every category just because we're up overall. But as a percent, top 10% was down a little bit. 10 to 20% was down quite a bit. 20 to 25% was up just a tad. And really where our growth came is from here. 25 to 50 percentile and 50 to 75 percentile. And so it's no surprise when you're growing, those are the students that you're going to attract because everyone is competing for these students. But let me show you this. This was a real pleasant surprise. Our ACT and SAT scores. Our ACT score is about the same, down a little bit, average ACT score. Average SAT score is down about 3 points. We were really pleased with this given the aggressiveness by which we wanted to increase the size of this class, that we were able to keep our entrance exams about the same. Very, very pleased with that. And actually, both of these marks here meet college readiness benchmarks. And so, typically, when you're in aggressive growth mode, these drop a little more. So, like I said, we're very pleased with that. So, although we were taking more students as a percentage from the from 25 to 75 percentile of the class, on standardized tests, they performed roughly the same. These students told us on the way in they wanted to be involved in campus life, and that's no surprise being from a residential population. About 75% told us they would like to be involved in student organizations. About 68% wanted to be involved in some type of community service. recreational sports, and Greek life. About half of our incoming students told us they wanted to be involved in Greek life, and in fact, we saw the largest Greek life recruitment that we have seen here in my 14 years, and certainly probably longer than that. I put this up here just because it amuses me more than anything. Our students, being 17 to 19 years old, haven't made up their mind yet on their political persuasion. So that should happen over the next 4 years.
Maybe they have.
Maybe so.
Something wrong with middle of the road.
As Dr. Rogers mentioned in the strategic plan, retention is important. And this is our retention since 1990. And retention is beginning freshmen if they come back the next fall. So fall to fall retention. We've been at about 68% average over that time. A few up and downs. And we hit 68% with the 2012 cohort. It will be very interesting to see what this large cohort from 13 does. But we do need to increase retention. Now, with schools with like profiles of us, all right, with similar profiles, we actually do pretty good in freshman retention. But I think there's certainly an opportunity to be more purposeful, be more institutional about retention efforts, and I think we certainly have an opportunity to increase that, which will help overall enrollment. To that end, and this is just one slide to show you a program that we use that Matt Park leads this program. It's called MapWorks, and MapWorks is essentially a early alert system that we use. Right now we use it with beginning freshmen, and what we do is we take pre-college characteristics. The students take about 3 weeks to 4 weeks into the first semester, they take a survey. And we had, I believe, Matt, about 74% participation. Is that right? 74% of our 72.
Yes.
72% of our freshman class took this survey, and this company is able to combine the survey results with pre-college characteristics, and essentially predict on these 5 factors here if they are at risk for poor academic performance or attrition. The large factors: academic, social, emotional, performance and expectations, behaviors and activities, and financial needs. And so what Matt and his group, they do is they analyze this. And for example, risk of poor academic performance or attrition. We knew about a month into the semester, 55% of our freshmen were at low risk for that. 15% at moderate risk. But look at this, about 15% were at high risk or very high risk. So Matt and his group, they're able to identify the students in this and intentionally intervene with them wherever they are at risk before they leave the institution, before it's too late. Right? And that's a little different. That's a paradigm shift from the days of when we did not find out a student was struggling until it was too late. We also knew early on in the fall about 78% had a strong intent to return for the next fall. We also, again under Matt Park's leadership, we collect data from our students, our incoming students at summer orientation programs. We do that through the Higher Education Research Institute at UCLA, and it's called the SERP Freshman Survey. And so this year we had 514 of the 817 participating. Our comparison group is public four-year colleges of medium selectivity. Nationally, the population that was surveyed, or the sample out of that group, is 12,544. And so you'll see comparisons here. Midwestern is going to be blue. Our comparison group is going to be gold. And so what this slide tells us is how far students travel from their home to get to college. And if you look at this, look at Midwestern. Midwestern students come from farther away. Right? This is close to home. This is far away from home. Midwestern students, compared to our peer institutions, come from farther away. We're more of a residential institution compared to our peer institutions. It's no surprise given how many we had come from Dallas-Fort Worth, right? And it's no surprise given our geographic location. But it's interesting, compared to like schools, we're more residential. Why did they choose Midwestern? Well, we know that students that attended Midwestern, this is how many other colleges they applied to. So the more that they applied to, the more they shopped around, right? And so we want to be higher on the low end. And our students shopped around less than the students at our peer institutions. Not surprisingly, right here, Midwestern is the first choice, much more so than students at peer institutions. And I think this is very important for our own psyche. There has been a thought for years that Midwestern, a lot of people use Midwestern to transfer out, or maybe we weren't their first choice. And that simply isn't supported by the data from this class. We are largely, our students that get here, their first choice. Certainly first or second choice, which I think is very important about their commitment to the institution and very encouraging. So how important were each of the reasons on this chart here in their decision to attend Midwestern? And we see, as with our peer group, blue and light blue together are important, essentially. Right? This college has a very good academic reputation. Look at that. So as Dr. Rogers mentioned, we do have a very good reputation out there, and students recognize that. That is the most important reason, according to our incoming students, that they chose Midwestern. Second most important reason is social activities, a good reputation for that. Graduates get good jobs. And percent of students that graduate from this college. But remember this right here. This is about 93, 94%. Look at here. This is about 92%. It's right there with the academic reputation of the institution. Is the cost of attending this college is important to our students. And that goes to several comments that we heard yesterday. The importance of keeping our cost reasonable for students is very, very important to them when selecting this institution. And what I take from those two together, the academic reputation of the institution and the cost, is we are who we say we are, right? That's what we tell students we are. We tell them we offer quality at a very reasonable price. We come out very, very well in certain national publications on return on investment, what our graduates make versus what they pay here. And that is important. That is who we are to our incoming students, and it's important to them. More reasons why they chose this college. Of course, their parents liked it. A visit to the campus. Right? And this has been a key to our increased recruitment efforts, is getting our name out there and making these students aware that we are here. And once we get them here, we have a pretty good conversion rate because obviously the campus here is a great experience. Financing college. Compared to our peer institutions, our students aren't as concerned about financing college. Experiences from high school. This is important to understand their behaviors because it can help us in the curriculum and the co-curriculum. Habits of mind. So this habits of mind is a measure of behaviors and traits associated with academic success. Right? And these are what activities they undertook in high school. Compared to our peer institutions, our incoming students have less developed habits of mind. And so that speaks to Midwestern needing to focus on developing the habits of mind of our incoming students early on, more so than our peer institutions. So this gives us some direction of what we may want to consider with a coordinated first-year experience, for example. Pluralistic orientation. As you can see up there, are skills and dispositions that you need for working in a diverse society. Again, less so than our peer institutions. Another direction for us when developing a robust first-year experience program. Academic self-concept. Our students are more confident about their academic abilities than than entering students at our peer institutions. Civic engagement is roughly the same overall as their civic engagement orientation is about the same overall as at our peer institutions. Health and wellness is actually better. This one's reverse. Felt overwhelmed by all you had to do. Less of our students have felt overwhelmed in high school by everything they had to do. than at their peer institutions, and less of them have felt depressed than at their peer institutions. Again, this is all self-reported. Expectations for college life. So what do they expect on their way in? What do we need to do to meet their expectations? Well, they expect to participate in volunteer or community service work. Less of them plan to participate in a study abroad program, and hopefully we can increase that expectation over the years, because as a liberal arts institution, study abroad fits our mission very, very well, and I hope we can increase that expectation over the years. Discuss course content with students outside of class, about the same, a little less than our peer institutions. Again, expectations on the way in. They expect more to communicate regularly with professors. They expect more so to take a course exclusively online, and about the same as work on a professor's research project. Again, this one's very important with our focus on undergraduate research in our Eureka program. I believe over the years as we establish that, and I hate to throw in a marketing term, but as we establish the Eureka brand, right, hopefully more students are aware of that on the way in and plan to participate in it when they get here. And this is just a slide about the Higher Education Research Institute and who pulled this together. I believe that is all. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
That's great research.
Keith. Any questions for Keith?
Keith, how do you determine early on the students are at risk? Is that strictly a grade function, or are there other factors involved?
No, there are in the past, before we started this MapWorks program, it was essentially a grade or behavior function. If someone reported the behavior to us or reported someone is not attending class or poor grades. With this MapWorks program, we can take the pre-college characteristics, and Matt can probably answer this better than I can, but things like ACT, SAT, high school class rank, certain demographic information, and they do a fairly comprehensive survey their third or fourth week in, and that covers academic issues, social emotional issues, financial concerns. Matt, what else is that covering?
Those are the larger categories.
There are two more.
Sure. Well, it's what it is. It's an algorithm which is combining pre-college characteristics and self-reported responses to a survey about their experiences about 1 month into the term. And then what that does is generates the risk profiles. But it's not just the overall risk. You saw that pie chart, but we actually can get the risk. Maybe it's specifically of an academic nature. It might be a financial nature. And then we're able to get that information to our professionals and to our advisors who can help with those particular issues for students. So the company called EBI Educational Benchmarking Incorporated, they call it the special sauce. It's the algorithm, and they won't tell us exactly what the algorithm is because that's our proprietary property. But essentially pre-college data with the results of the self-reported survey spits out risk profiles. There's 19 different total factors. You saw what the most important ones were.
So we can get on our computers, for example, and log in, and it will pull up for at-risk students. We can run different type of queries based on overall at-risk or at-risk based on either academic, financial, socio-emotional, any of the factors, or any of the specific questions in the survey, and it will pull up the student's profile and their picture and their background information. Then we can, like Matt said, get that to these specific professionals that can maybe help intervene before it's too late. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Were there any questions on the community at large, the city around, and those kind of questions?
Yeah, I don't know, actually. Matt, were there? No. That's a very good question.
Well, in my limited sampling, as you know, from the group I sample, there's not nearly as much to do here as in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, which probably pushes more responsibility on the university to have a self-contained activity sphere of activity. Is that a true statement, or
it is? In fact, Matt and I were just visiting about that yesterday. Our concern is the more students we get from Dallas-Fort Worth specifically, and coming here with less activities off campus here as compared to what they're accustomed to. That is a concern of ours that we were actually just discussing yesterday morning.
which might push us to have to need to look inward or get partners in the community at large to?
I think both. I think inward is very important, but I think the students still need certain experiences off of campus, and they probably desire that. So I think some partnerships as well.
Is that an area we're pursuing, those partnerships, and where we have in the community at large relationships that they feel some responsibility for the university?
Yeah, we are actually. We've had some discussions. Right now it's just a discussion phase, but we've had discussions with different groups around town about trying to do different things that our students can participate in. One thing we're looking at for this fall is just in particular, is a weekend bus route for our students for either shopping or entertainment needs that runs from campus on Friday nights, Saturdays, and Saturday nights. Would be an extension of the current Mustangs bus route that we have. But we need, I think the concern is exactly that. What off campus, what anchor is there here besides the university to keep them here?
Okay, I'd like to, I know you're thinking that, but if you go to College Station, it is the A&M. I mean, and the city and the community is behind that in a very strong way. And I think to see the growth that we need, we would want to ensure that happens.
I think absolutely. I think a lot of it is obviously economically driven. So I think as the more students that we have coming in, the easier the argument becomes to provide different options off campus.
What about on campus? I mean, I know we talked a little bit in the plan before about if we're going to be a residential campus, that more stuff you need to stay on campus.
Right.
I mean, is that something that we see in the short-term future? We decide our classes are growing exponentially.
Yes. And let me answer that in a couple of ways, and then Matt may have some more specifics. Our activities have grown on campus. We're starting freshman learning communities this fall. We have 5 freshman learning communities that we believe will help anchor the students a little more to campus and provide more activities both inside and outside the classroom with faculty that are teaching in those learning communities. And the hope is by starting with 5, if they're successful this year, which there's no reason they should not be, that we can expand those slowly over the years until every incoming student's captured in a learning community. Our new housing will be designed in a way that encourages, it won't be this type of housing that you and I experienced or what we have on campus right now. It will be probably some type of pod concept where you have different neighborhoods, smaller neighborhoods where the students live in, that we can do more with that. One of the challenges we've had is, it's not one that we haven't been able to overcome, it's just a challenge, is the budget. Residential campuses are more of a drain for obvious reason on resources than a commuter campus is. We are more of a residential campus at 500 less students than we were when we had 6,400 students. And so we have more drain on less resources, essentially. And so that's been a challenge.
The only reason I ask is I think as a board, that's something we're going to have to figure out. I think the university's going to have to figure out. I have a son who's considering colleges right now, and that's one of the first things we talked about. Is he goes, well, I want to go to all these schools. Midwestern happens to be one of them. He says, I want to look at it. He goes, but part of it is I don't want to necessarily have to get off campus if I don't want to. Like, can I eat on campus on a weekend? He goes, or do I have to go into town? Can I, is there a coffee shop that stays open late for when I'm studying? And I thought it was really interesting. Yeah. I make mention of it only for that purpose. That's good to know the person.
Great insight.
So Keith, back to what Linwood was talking about. I think this, and coupling it with what Sam said, I mean, there's a lot of examples out there for us to look at state universities in college towns. I mean, Oklahoma State's a great example. Texas Tech's a great example. A&M's a great example. What are they doing for their students on campus and off campus to be successful? And I know my youngest daughter, who ended up coming here, when she went to those universities, in Oklahoma State and Arkansas were 2 on her list, that's one of the things she thought about. Okay, what are they doing?
Right.
And so I mean, there's a lot. We don't have to rethink it all. There's some great examples.
I think one of the best, more recent examples, of course, Lubbock, Texas Tech, and College Station A&M kind of grew together. I mean, the college really drove that down.
Right.
I think one of the more recent examples to look at is what UTA and Arlington did.
Yeah.
Together. I think that fits potentially what could happen here.
Yeah. It's a great point.
Keith, I got this idea in my head, is what if we were a goal of 10,000 kids in 2020? Can we reach that?
I think we could reach it. I think we need it. Managing growth is what's going to be critical here, right? So we don't lose our identity. And so can we reach it? I think we can. If we want to do that, how do we manage our growth so we don't lose our identity? I think is going to be the key. Because our identity is what sells the kids. The small class sizes, the intimate relationships with the instructors, the cost. So we just have to, if we want to go there, we have to manage it appropriately.
Could you put together some sort of roadmap and bring it back to the board? If we're going to try to achieve this goal, this is what needs to happen.
Sure. Absolutely.
How big a factor is an on-campus football stadium?
You know what? It is important from campus life. I don't know in terms of recruiting how important it is, but I think in terms of what we can do with it with campus life and the affection that students have for campus, which is a pretty important factor in retention, I think it could do a lot.
I mean, the other schools you mentioned have that.
Right.
You know, which is very obvious.
I think it'd be great. from what we could do.
I do too, actually.
In a word.
Yeah. What we could do with campus life would be outstanding, I think.
I'd like to see that as an agenda item if we could. I mean, I know we've been talking about it, but I'd like to see that as a real decision.
I think in August we'll see more of that, and
I'd like to just see a decision point. Is what I'm saying.
Oh, I hear you.
Yeah.
I hear you, and I think that's
a timeline.
Yeah.
It's on. You noticed it was on the MP1.
Yeah.
Okay. It's the first time it's appeared there. So
But
I think you're right.
if we need it, we should be behind it, and that should be part of the entire the city, and that would be a nice thing to rally around. But there are probably many other things too.
No, I hear you, and I mean, look, I'm like Keith. I think it's a great idea because I've seen what it's done for other smaller universities. In fact, it built stadiums on campus the last 5 years. It changes the entire dynamic of campus life. I mean, it is incredible. It upticks every aspect of the university, and so I agree with you.
Yeah.
So,
that we will see it on the agenda as a decision point.
I think we may not see it in August, but I think we will see it.
Okay.
I think we will see it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I want to
No,
say something in their
Yeah,
defense, though. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I follow Midwestern on Twitter. Some of you probably do too. And I guarantee you there is an activity posted almost daily. And I commend y'all for that because I think you all have gone out of your way to give the students a great number of things to do here on campus. And I think that's terrific. So.
Well, thank you. And Matt's office manages our university Twitter account, actually. He does a good job. He's the face behind Twitter.
In regard to what's being said about what to do with the campus, so, I'm somewhat of a historian, as you can tell from the thing. I've taught, there really are generations of students with differing ideas about what college is, what they want to do, so it really is. I've taught at a time when we actually were closing dormitories down because you really couldn't get anyone to stay in them. And their real interest was getting off campus. I mean, significant. The interaction that I have now is students are interested, and they have really little interest in civic engagement, those sorts of things, or even making college their life for 4 years. Okay? I've taught the returning veterans from Vietnam. They had a certain personality and need. But today, I really do see parents and students, and I just wonder if y'all share this, who really consider coming to a university to be their life for 4 years, and they want their lives basically based at a university. Jeff reminded me of that when he said it, of what's going on here. There is so much more going on here than there was the first 30 years that I was here. There's more going on than we can take advantage of, great things. But it seems that students today and their parents, when I see them at college days and so forth, are interested in the campus and campus life and what we're going to lead them doing. And I think we're fortunate that this generation of students think like this. It gives us a really good chance of controlling those things we can control. And that is lots of activities on the campus, a lot of interaction with the campus. I believe that's what this generation of students want.
No, you're right. It is very, very important to them. Campus life, what's on campus, the look, the feel of it. A lot of the bells and whistles are, but I think Dr. Carlson mentioned this yesterday, and I think he's absolutely right. Most of the face time with these students is in the classroom, is interaction with the faculty. And so when you're talking about a comprehensive retention model, it has to incorporate the classroom at a very central level, and that's why we're starting these freshman learning communities, is we think that's where the retention part can really be affected.
Anybody else? Okay, fantastic. Great discussion. Okay, we're going to skip to 126. The Board of Regents will now go into executive session to discuss item 14-125, board officers, 14-126A, consultation with attorney, 14-126B, real property, 14-126C, gifts for donations, and 14-126D, personnel matters, as allowed by Texas Government Code sections 551.071, .072, .073, .074. For the record, the date is May 9, 2014. The time is
10:11.
10:11. Dr. Rogers, Vice Presidents, Mr. Maka, Ms. Barrow may remain for discussion. Please stop the webcast.
Do you want to let everybody take a
Yeah, take a short break.
Yeah. Okay, we're ready.
Okay, the closed session is complete. The only items discussed were the items announced and no votes were taken. In regard to item 14-125, Board of Regents officers, Mike, would you chair a nominating committee? And Jeff and Tiffany, would you serve on that nominating committee to find a replacement as the member at large for the executive committee to replace Jane Spears?
Yes, sir.
I mean Jane
Carnes.
God. This concludes. Is that it? We don't need a motion or anything.
Mm-hmm.
All right, this concludes our business today. We look forward to seeing some of you in the morning for graduation. Our next regular board meeting will be August 7th and 8th. Meeting is adjourned.
Thank you all very much.
Anticlimactic.
Way to make it, Howard.
We're done.